He was willing to talk. So we proceeded. We have a suspect. We believe he's a credible suspect. We also have anonymous sources that identified the same person as the killer. So we felt pretty good about pursuing our investigation with him as our target. So obviously, in an investigation of homicide related gun Jews, we want to recover evidence. What's the biggest prize in a gang shoot? It's the gun that was used in the crime. So we did some follow-up. We identified several locations that our target owned residences in the same general area, and we authored search warrants to search and hopefully get the weapon used in the crime. And it was a few weeks after the shooting. All the logistical stuff that goes into a search warrant, authoring a search warrant, getting judges on board to approve the warrant. It takes a little bit of time, and we had several different teams search the warrants at these locations that were owned by our primary suspect. During the service of those warrants, everything went well. The biggest concern when you serve a search warrant is, was it done safely? Was anybody injured as a result of it? Did we have to injure anybody or shoot anybody during the service warrant? Everything went very smooth. It was in the evening hours. I'll get into that a little bit later. And it's just, the sun was just going down. It was just getting dark. It was late October, around Halloween, time change. So,
before you go into the big stuff, we're coming up on a break. So, now that you've kind of laid it all out, I've got a bunch of questions, okay? Okay, so we're talking with Detective Sean McCarthy, also Rich Tomlin joining us, about two separate murders that happened apart, but there is a connection, and we'll get to it later in the show. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for news update.
Police in Irvine have arrested 3 men from Chile accused of being part of LA firefighters. Sorry, I'm on the wrong page, guys. Apologies. The LA firefighters have rescued a construction worker from a third-floor scaffolding after he shot himself in the chest with a nail gun. It all happened in Van Nuys. A Russian rocket carrying 3 astronauts have blasted off, and now it's on its way to the International Space Station. Mega Millions players who missed out on last night's big jackpot, well, you have another chance to win big tonight with the grand prize at $750 million. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this evening with a chance of rain and strong winds. Lows will reach the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC. Weather is brought to you by Compassion International. We're going to check on the 101 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jody. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected. amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes, heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand. Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Parity Flex annuity, designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. Gainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading.
We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. With cash prizes that add quicker than it gets registered.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
This week on How to Money, a landmark ruling could save you a lot of money when buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard, tomorrow at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. Welcome back to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau in Monterey Park. We're inside the main conference room talking with detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin about a murder that happened in 2006. The first one, October 28th, at about a little after 10 p.m. And this homicide was solved pretty quickly. And we'll get back to that one with McCarthy in a second. And then Rich Tomlin a little bit later is going to tell us about how the case he covered just a few days after that is also tied to this case, and it remains unsolved. So there's a connection between the two cases. Detective McCarthy, before the break, you laid out the whole story about a birthday party in the 2100 block of East 117th Avenue, or excuse me, 117th Street in unincorporated LA. You said near Alameda and Wilmington. You said it was a party that involved members of both the Mona Park and 117th Street Crips. A couple things I wanted to find out. When gangs like that, and I know that both you and Detective Tomlin have gang backgrounds in terms of investigations. Is it your experience that when gangs have parties like this, is there security at them? I've heard that there's usually security at the front, or they just have just like a regular family gathering. Kind of paint a picture of what does a Crips party look like?
Well, it generally starts out as they may block off the street. This was literally a block, and they'll block off the streets. Partygoers will arrive, and they'll proceed with, for lack of a better term, a gang party. But in this case, it was a birthday that was involved in it. And they know at some point the police are going to arrive and probably either minimize the largeness of the party or shut it down totally, right? It hadn't gotten to that point. And you know, we're not aware of it. I say law enforcement's not aware of it until somebody picks up the phone generally and calls and says, hey, are you guys aware there's a block party with a bunch of gang members on this street? And then generally we respond to it. It hadn't gotten to that point yet. There was no problems. It was still relatively early in the night, so it hadn't gotten to that.
At a Crips party like this, and I don't know whether this is stereotyping it or just assuming, but would the majority of the people in attendance be carrying a weapon?
Well, I think there's a strong likelihood that several of the partygoers would, just because you have rival gang members that learn about the party and may come and try to cause problems, maybe take the posture, hey, this is our opportunity to go and shoot at a bunch of rival gang members that are all gathered together. This makes it a whole lot easier for us. So there's going to be plenty of people that are armed at that party. It may not be on their person, but it's going to be somewhere very close to, so they can get to it very quickly, because they know there's a good chance the police are going to arrive and they're going to start patting people down, and by concealing it somewhere close by, they have access to it, but the police aren't going to be able to.
It's interesting. It's just this whole gang protocol thing is always fascinating to me. But okay, so back to the case itself. You were talking about the fact that after this shooting happened on October 28th, just after 10 p.m., that people on scene immediately identified the shooter, and they knew who was involved, right?
One person. Everybody else
had spread out. One person on scene had offered up the name of the suspected shooter.
Correct.
Right. So when we left off, you were serving search warrants, and you were talking about that. Obviously, the number one concern is the safety of the deputies and the detectives that are going in to serve that search warrant. So where did we leave off?
So as I mentioned earlier, it was the time of the year where it got darker earlier. It was around 6 o'clock. The sun had just gone down, but the warrants went at this particular location. It went smoothly, safely, everything was good. But during the execution of the warrant, we found several gang members inside this house. And of course, we have to do something with those gang members before we search the location. So they were put in what's called flex cuffs. You know, flex cuffs are, because if your audience doesn't know, it's basically plastic handcuffs, zip tied. They were all flex cuffed, and they were set on the porch up front. And they were being guarded by at least one or two deputies while the search went on. So we're in the process of doing that. We're getting people out of the house. We're getting them detained, flex cuffed, sat on the porch. But the reason I talked about the time of day, there was a light on the porch. And it basically backlit all of these guys sitting on the porch, right? So they were easily seen from the street. And I had a personal involvement in this. I was the author of the warrant. I was also on scene once it became code 4, and for your audience, code 4 means all clear. All clear, everything's safe, everything's good. It was code 4, and the homicide investigators, me and my partner, came up to the location, went in the house to examine the evidence that was found, and there were several firearms. And we were, to be honest with you, I was excited. There was at least one weapon that was the same caliber that was used in the murder, and I was excited we may have gotten our murder weapon. And while we're examining the evidence, all of a sudden, automatic gunfire starts. And I know this is going to sound corny, but it's the truth. I was standing next to a couch inside that house, and I could hear rounds whizzing by me. That's how profound and how close it was. I actually, like a sissy, I jumped behind the couch. Everybody was ducking for cover. Deputies outside, deputies inside, we were all ducking for cover. Of course, when the shooting stopped, the first question that was yelled out, are all deputies accounted for? A couple minutes later, the all clear, all deputies are accounted for. Sigh of relief. No deputies got shot. But then I heard somebody yell out, "We need paramedics." My first thought is, why do we need paramedics? All deputies are accounted for.
Okay, we're going to pause there. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back more with Detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
The MLB has opened a formal investigation into Dodger Shohei Ohtani and his interpreter. I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. The interpreter was fired Wednesday after being accused of stealing millions from Ohtani and illegally gambling with the money. The MLB said in a statement yesterday they've been gathering information since the allegations were made and are looking into it. President Biden signed a bipartisan $1.2 trillion spending bill into law today after the Senate spent a late night working to keep the government running. ABC's Mary Alice Parks says the package includes a raise for U.S. troops, funding for Head Start, and money to hire 2,000 border agents.
Some in the president's own party voting against it. Senator Bernie Sanders, for example, disagreeing with additional military.
I'm decorating. It's gonna be a thing. I'm going for mid-central with rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract writing. Looking nice.
Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Eat Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance. How does that look?
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Since the pandemic, California home values have skyrocketed. Do you have lots of equity in your home but have been turned down for a home equity line of credit? Try giving the Loan Exchange a call. At the Loan Exchange, we can't guarantee we'll fund you, but we will try our hardest to find a solution for you. Whether your issue is related to your credit score or qualifying your income, our experienced loan technicians will turn over every rock to give you the funds you need to pay off credit card debt, make an investment, or just have a source of cash in case of future emergencies. So if you want a loan company to fight for you, go to theloanexchange.com or call 1-855-752-9944 now. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's 1-855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
What's worth watching and what's not? Gary and Shannon's What You Watch on Wednesdays at 12:30 on KFI. KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Welcome back to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. We're in Monterey Park, inside the main offices where detectives work every day, 24/7. And we're talking with cold case detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tallman about two separate homicides that happened in October and November of 2006. One's been solved, and one is still unsolved. And we're going to talk about how those two tie together. Before the break, Detective McCarthy, we talked about serving of a search warrant. You were in the house. You said that you found a bunch of weapons, and you actually thought that you might have found the weapon responsible for the first murder of Michael Johnson back in October 28th of 06. And as you were looking at the weapons and as things were happening, all hell broke loose. You said you heard gunfire erupt, and you heard the bullets actually whizzing by you. And you said, I think, I was told that there were just a little over 24 deputies on scene. I mean, it was a pretty massive scene. People were ducking for cover. Where was the gunfire coming from?
We didn't know at the time. Later learned, and we should talk about that, it came from, I believe, and I don't want to misspeak for Richard's investigation, an alley across the street where the suspect originally started out, and I believe he climbed a fence. There was evidence that he climbed a fence, but I'll let Rich talk to that, okay?
But at the time, did you think it was a drive-by or just
it was an ambush? I knew it was an ambush. I just didn't know where it would. And that's the scariest part when you're getting shot at, is trying to identify the area and the suspect who's shooting at you. And I don't think any of us had any idea at that time when the rounds were being fired where they were coming.
So at this point, you said that that there was, all the deputies were accounted for. Everyone hollered out. That was standard procedure. Everyone was accounted for. But then all of a sudden, you said someone hollered, "We need a paramedic."
Correct.
Then what happened?
So I was confused hearing that. And I went outside and I said, well, what the hell's going on here? He said, it's code 4, all deputies accounted for. And somebody yelled out that a little girl had been shot. And I found out shortly thereafter that a 12-year-old next door neighbor, or one of them was right next door, she came out when the warrant was being served just to see what was going on, her and a friend. She took one of the rounds that was being fired right in the chest. She was probably dead before she hit the ground. And now we've got a dead 12-year-old and a warrant that I authored. And you can imagine the emotions that we were all going through, but me in particular, and I'll get into a little more detail of that later. All the things going through your mind of how we could have prevented this from happening. And she had a 15-year-old friend who also was wounded that was standing there with her. But now we have another homicide. And because technically I was a victim. I can't handle my own shooting. Me and my partner can't handle our own shootings. So another team was called out to handle. Her name was Janet Altamirano, if I didn't say that already. Another team was called out, and at the time, Rich Tomlin and his partner were next up. They got
Detective Tomlin. So we received a call of a 12-year-old. Well, the call was that deputies had been shot at an ambush that occurred, and that radio cars had been struck by gunfire. And during this ambush, a 12-year-old girl was struck and murdered, and her friend was injured. She had shot in her left arm, non-threatening injuries. So as you can imagine, Steve, when we get there, it is chaos. Okay? You have homicide there. The people that were serving the warrant were the gang enforcement team and the OSS, our gang detectives.
Operation Safe Street.
Operation Safe Street. And we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on. While I'm there, I learned my partner at that time was Tracy Gonzalez. And she was fairly new to homicide. She had worked Operation Safe Street for years. She was new to homicide. But she had actually worked in that area where this shooting occurred. So that was a great help. So once we're trying to sort things out, we learned that the shooters, we learned that a search warrant was being served, but the shooters were across the street in a backyard diagonally from where the warrant was being served. Janet was standing across the street in her driveway. So the shooters are basically in her backyard. They see a 25, 30 yards away, the house where the search warrant is being served, and they had opened fire. She's in the middle. She gets struck in the chest by a assault rifle. Bullet goes through her chest, flown through. An OSS detective who actually ended up coming to homicide years later, Gene Morse. Him and another detective, Brian Richardson, pick her up and get her out of the line of fire. Now, when the dust settled, just to show you the magnitude of how many rounds were fired, recovery was 33 AK-47 shell casings. Also, there was 9mm shell casings. So there was multiple guns being fired at the time. Again, as you can imagine, tensions are running high. And as an investigator, now you're thinking, okay, police officers being ambushed. That's the initial thought. Who are the suspects? It can be anybody. It can be anybody. Anybody who has an axe to grind, what have you. So, from that point of view, at that time, it was very difficult to even know where to start. Well, later on, getting back to Tracy, she had an informant.
Okay, so before we do that, we got to do a quick break here. We'll come back and talk more about that. It's Detectives Rich Tomlin and Sean McCarthy. We're at the LA County Sheriff's Department. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. It's time now for news update.
LA firefighters have rescued a construction worker from a third-floor scaffolding after he shot himself in the chest with a nail gun. This all happened in Van Nuys. A Russian rocket carrying 3 astronauts has blasted off and is now on its way to the International Space Station. And Los Angeles will celebrate Earth Hour tonight at 9:30 by turning the lights off at local landmarks like City Hall, LAX, and at the Santa Monica Pier. Southland weather from KFI. It is going to be partly cloudy this evening with a chance of showers and strong winds, with lows reaching the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC. Weather is brought to you by Dell Technologies. We're going to check on the 215 when we come back.
Pickleball is hot, which is why I flew across the globe to sign his next superstar. Nice one, Christoph. He's got things for days, and I get points on points on points traveling with my Amex Business Platinum card. Exquisite.
Earn 5 times points on flights and prepaid hotels booked on MXTravel.com with an Amex Business Platinum card. Terms apply. Learn more at AmericanExpress.com/business-platinum. Built for business by American Express.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball.
10 to 12.
So you have 10 to 12 people that were in that house. They were being detained. They're sitting on the porch
Right.
of that house. So you can imagine. See, the numbers keep growing and growing and growing. So you just do the best you can. Sometimes it does take, you have to take a step back and try to get a 360 perspective of exactly what is going on.
So how many detectives were on scene at any given moment, or at the peak?
At the peak,
8 detectives. Would that be considered a pretty large event?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and then also detectives in the gang unit are there because they're serving this, they're executing this. They're also investigators. They're doing, because of their experience as investigators, they're doing things investigative-wise to expedite us, our homicide investigators. So you probably that night had 30 detectives on scene, homicide, OSF. Those guys execute that
So
warrant.
30 investigators total.
Right. Their job in the next certain search is to investigate violent gang. Right. So we had at least 30 detectives on scene.
Wow.
And it's the reason that I brought up time of day. The reason that I brought up the time of day and the lighting situation is we have 10 to 12 gang members on the porch. We have a porch light that backlights them. And as Rich will explain, we believe the motive for this second shooting is retaliation for the first murder. And now that suspect, and we don't believe, and Rich may disagree with me, I don't believe for a minute that guy knew that deputies were going to be there. He was coming, or they were coming, I don't know how many of them there were, they were coming to retaliate. They had already planned that. They had no idea we were going to be there.
You certainly searched. Absolutely. And initially, as I said, Detective Gonzalez, she had an outstanding informant. He came forward. He actually called while we were there and explained, hey, this is what's going on. This is in retaliation by Martin Park Crips. Retaliation for the murder that occurred, that Detective McCarthy was investigating. Michael Johnson's murder. The first one. The suspect.
Instances, even if that did happen before, they would have saw the police car and said, let's pick another day to do this, you know. But and Rich will talk a little bit more about the motive in this shooting. This was a unique situation that hadn't happened before this in my career and hasn't happened after this in my career, exactly how this situation.
We're talking with Sean McCarthy and Rich Tallman, both are cold case detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation about the two murders that happened in the fall of 2006. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating talk. KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Leaving the lobby, I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Huntington Beach City Council has voted to leave a state lobbying group over its support of Prop 1.
Huntington Beach is now the second Orange County city to vote to leave the California League of Cities. The city council voted 4-3 this week to end its membership, protesting the league's support of Proposition 1, a ballot measure narrowly approved by voters. City leaders in Huntington Beach and Newport Beach expressed concern about the potential for an increase in group homes for drug addicts and mentally ill people. Prop 1 directs billions of dollars to support housing and treatment for the homeless, drug addicted, and mentally ill. It passed with only 50.2% of the vote. Michael Monks, KFI News.
LA firefighters have rescued a worker from a third-floor scaffolding after he shot himself in the chest with a nail gun. It happened at an apartment building in Van Nuys. Firefighters extended an aerial ladder about 100 feet in the air and used a two-rope harness system to lower him to safety. 2 people have been hurt in a single-engine plane crash in the Antelope Valley. The FAA says the Piper PA-28 crashed about 6:30 last night near Acton. The FAA says the pilot reported an engine issue shortly before the crash. The 2 people on board the aircraft were airlifted to a hospital, and officials say they appeared to be conscious. Russian officials say they have arrested the 4 gunmen in Friday's terror attack at a Moscow area concert hall that left at least 133 people dead. Authorities are combing through the rubble for survivors where armed gunmen stormed in the building, shooting concertgoers and setting off explosives. ABC's Patrick Reveal says a branch of ISIS has claimed responsibility for the attack.
What has happened in an act of terrorism and the number of people who've been killed is obviously a tragedy, and we should all send our condolences to those families. No, there is no whatsoever any evidence, and in fact, what we know to be the case is that ISIS-K is actually, by all accounts, responsible for what happened.
Lightning storms and strong winds have touched down in Miami's downtown area, forcing the Ultra Music Festival to shut down yesterday. Spring Break Festival goers say they are soaking it all up.
I am a little worried, but I love dancing in the rain. So we'll be okay. We're about to bring ponchos, but we're like, you know what? Let it come and we'll be okay. Like, let it rain.
Organizers say the festival is expected to continue on day 2. Support has poured in from around the world after the Princess of Wales announced she's been diagnosed with cancer. ABC's Victoria Murphy says the decision to wait to make the announcement was to protect her children.
They've been able to make sure that they can take their children away to a place where they can have space and privacy and shield them, which is very important to them, from the huge interest and uproar that has ensued as a result of this announcement.
Kate Middleton says it has taken time to explain everything to her kids, and protecting them has been the reason for all the decisions they've made.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? See, Drew heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Instant alerts on apartments.com will never miss out on finding your perfect place, even if it's in the middle of your friend's pregnancy announcement.
So we have a pretty big announcement.
Let's say it together.
Okay.
We're having a big... Shut up! A 2-bedroom with unit laundry!
No, baby.
It's like we're both expecting, because I'm expecting a new place, and great job, everybody.
Can I get a mocktail over here?
Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this evening with a slight chance of rain, and there will be some strong winds as well. Lows will reach the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC. Slight chance of rain with highs in the mid-60s on Sunday. Lows will be in the low 50s at the beaches, and lows will be in the upper 30s in Riverside and the IE tonight, with lows reaching the low 30s in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 58 in Beverly Hills, 60 in San Dimas, 58 in Dana Point, and 60 in Chino. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. Welcome back to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. We're in Monterey Park talking with cold case detectives Rich Tomlin and Sean McCarthy. Before the break, gentlemen, we've been talking about this tragic situation that happened November 2nd. In 2006, just before 6:30 p.m. In the 2100 block of East 117th Street, where 12-year-old Janet Altamirano was killed by a stray bullet from an, I think you said it was an AK-47.
Yes.
And then her 15-year-old friend was wounded. Rich, we kind of got off track a little bit because I was curious about some other things going on in that scene that night. But you were talking about your colleague's confidential informant and that kind of intel that the informant was providing. And you said that the informant actually called in, right?
Correct.
And so what was the informant able to provide?
The reason behind the shooting, the clarification that it was not the detectives or the sheriff, the police officers were not the targets. Now, why is that important? That's huge because now, as again, if it's just a random police ambush, if you will, you have no idea. It could be somebody who's just angry with getting a ticket. It could be somebody who went to jail 3 weeks ago. So you really are lost. Now it narrowed the scope of who are potential suspects. The informant also stated where he believed, let me step back. We found witnesses that saw 3 African-American males hopping a fence and running, one carrying an assault. Now this informant told us the location where he believed the suspects ran to. Based on that information, we were able to get a scent dog, a dog that tracked weapons, right? And sure enough, the dog ends up at that location. Now, that was several hours later. From when the informant called, I would say 4 hours into our investigation. Okay, so now you're talking, the shooting happened at 6:20. Now you're talking about 11:30 midnight, where we're now calling the K9 unit out. We're setting up. We get a search warrant for that location, and we weren't able to find any weapons inside. However, what was interesting, we did find AK-47 bullets and 9mm bullets inside the house. So which led us to believe, okay, we're on the right path. So we then later learned again that this was in retaliation for the murder that Detective McCarthy was investigating. So obviously the next step is we had to talk to Detective McCarthy and Larry. and find out who was their victim. Did he have any relatives? Did he have any friends? Who was his close friends? Was it gang related? And Cliff McCarthy can share more on that.
So we learned in our investigation that the motive wasn't specifically gang retaliation in our first one. We found out that there was a personal grudge between our target, our person that we prosecuted in this case, and Michael Johnson, the victim of this case. And this personal grudge started a few years earlier, and it was in regards to another shooting in the city of Lakewood that involved our victim and our suspect that we prosecuted. And it went back and forth for the next 2 years. Random shootings that were clearly related to this personal beef, personal grudge. But at the end of the day, when this block party occurred, because I know your listeners are going to say, why did Michael Johnson show up at this party that was hosted by the guy he had the personal grudge? As I said earlier, these two gangs generally got along. They were allied gangs, and it was more of a personal grudge. And over that 2-year period, although there was back and forth, at some point it dies down. And Michael, we learned, just made the assumption the beef's over and there's going to be no issues with me going to this party. And he was sadly mistaken, because what we learned is that when he arrived, I said, witnesses said tension, you could feel it in the air. Well, some of the gang members from 117th Street, that's where our target suspect was from, they saw Michael arrive, they knew of the personal grudge, and they immediately went to our target, who's inside one of his houses, and says, yes, we just showed up in the car. And he's like, what? He walked over to a dresser, picked up a 9mm, walked right out of the house and didn't care who saw him with the gun. He had a mission. He was going to kill Michael Johnson, and he did.
So this wasn't really a gang shooting, was it?
No.
And so
it has gang aspects to it, but it was a personal.
And the only aspect is that they're all members of the gang, but it wasn't a gang-sanctioned hit, if you will.
No,
nothing like that. Any idea what the personal grudge was?
As I said before, there was a shooting in Lakewood between the victim and the suspect, and you're only getting it hearsay. There's no witnesses that come forward or they tell you off the record what happened in Lakewood, and you piece it together. But everything that we piece together is there was a shooting between the victim and the suspect believed in that Lakewood shooting that he was shooting at him. Whether he was or not, we'll never know the answer to that, but it doesn't matter, because the suspect in our shooting believed that he was shooting at him in Lakewood, and he was gonna get retaliation at some point. It took 2 years, but he got his retaliation.
Talking with Detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin with the LA County Sheriff's Department's Cold Case Unit. When we come back, we'll continue this case. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live at the KFI 24-hour news wrap. Police in Irvine have arrested 3 men from Chile accused of being part of an international organized crime ring. South Bay shopping malls have heightened law enforcement presence today after online rumors about a possible takeover at the Del Amo Fashion Center and South Bay Pavilion malls. And Los Angeles will celebrate Earth Hour tonight at 9:30 by turning the lights off at local landmarks like City Hall, LAX, and at the Santa Monica Pier. We're going to check on the 101 when we come back.
When you're a leader, the competition is always hoping that you're going to slip up. So I always have my whip-smart team of lawyers around, sir, to make sure that anything I say is a legally indisputable fact, like Harkins.com has the widest variety of variety. And apartments.com was the reason that apartments were invented. Heck, we even have more spaces than space.
That's entirely incalculable.
Guess that's legalese for true. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Peach, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at t2t.org. That's T2t.org.
Every basket is better. With the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations, Artesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
No one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUFFS. The Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage at the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job basically to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon for your home. You'll do fine. No worries. We got it.
Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
You're simulating talk.
KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. We're talking with Detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. We're in Monterey Park inside the main conference room where we've taped many episodes. And before the break, we were talking a little about one of the motives for the first murder we talked about that took place October 28th, 2006, just after 10 p.m. In the 2100 block of East 117th Street. Detective Tomlin was called into this after Detective McCarthy and his colleagues were shot at by what we're being told now, 3 men that jumped over a fence across the street from the house that was being served a search warrant. So, Detective Tomlin, you've already told us about some information from an informant, and your colleague had gotten some information, and you found out that there were these 3 men, these 3 African-American men that jumped over the fence, and at least one of them had an assault, correct?
Yes.
Now, with that information, now that you have all of that, what were your next steps? Because again, to remind everyone, we're talking about 2 separate investigations here that are connected, but you're investigating them as separate incidents.
Absolutely.
Right, so
and my focus is on the 12-year-old.
Right. The 12-year-old girl that was hit by
who's standing in her own driveway.
Right.
And is killed. Right. So now we have a direction. And it is, lack of a better term, knocking on doors, interviewing people, anybody who lives in that neighborhood who maybe have been arrested. We're going down to the station and interviewing them. Because of her age, because she was so innocent, I think she was in her soccer uniform. You know, she just came back from soccer practice.
Yeah, because we're only talking just before 6:30.
6:30. So people were more willing to cooperate. Now you have to understand, during that period of time, that area was really gang infested. And so you have working people there who are scared. An example is Janet, she was in her driveway. Her father had locked the driveway gate so no one would come in off the street. So it was that type of thing. So people are hesitant to talk, but because of her age and because of the outrageousness of it, the time of day of it, people were more apt to cooperate. We feel very comfortable. We have identified 3 individuals that we feel strongly are involved. One of the individuals is in state prison. One I can't locate, and the other is still around. Some of the frustration parts of it. At one point, we had someone with direct knowledge come forward, and unfortunately, he was in trouble. He had been arrested on another on a robbery charge, but he got with his attorney, and he wanted to what we call a proffer. He would tell his story, and the district attorney is there, and they'll decide whether or not to
make a deal.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, his crime was so heinous. The best deal that he could get was 30 years. Okay. And he decided, that individual, after he told us his story, but when it came down to, are you willing to make the next step? No, I have to do 30 years with these, I cannot be a snitch. Another individual who came forward died of natural causes. He was sick and he died of natural causes. A third individual that we had was murdered. Unrelated, a gang, unrelated to this case, but he was a gang member, and unfortunately, he was murdered.
Let me ask you then, when you were talking about this, is this stretched out over time?
I'm sorry. Yes, this is stretched out over years. You're not going to let this thing go. So we're still serving warrants 3 years into this. Okay. In fact, a funny story is we got a phone call one time that it's not funny, but that we thought we knew where the murder weapon was. The informant said, "Hey, there was just a robbery out in Bakersfield. These guys took over a casino or something. I forgot what it was exactly. And they were arrested. That gun is going to be used. That was the gun used in the murder of Janet." So you get excited. It turned out it wasn't, but it helped knowing that people are still thinking about it. People are still engaged. Now, as time has gone by, as I said, people are older. It's kind of not forgotten, but it's on the back burner in a lot of people's minds. What we're hoping today is that people do remember her, and someone will step forward with just, we're close. We are very, very close. Like I said, if these other 3 bad things didn't happen to these other 3 individuals, that would have put us on the top. Yeah. And so we know there are more people than that that are out there that even saw different pieces. Saw the guys maybe running down the street with the weapons. These guys, apparently, some of them were talking. Right after the shooting, there was an alleged meeting where they explained what they did to a group of people. Actually, a witness overheard them. Some of the witnesses that we have, again, they're common working folks. They were scared of it. And you understand that when you think about it. These guys are this brazen.
Yeah, because there were no ring cameras back then.
No.
So you really had to count on eyewitness testimony.
Absolutely. And so we are hoping that, again, I've said this before on your show, it's been 16, 17 years now. People are older. People now have their own families. People are changing. Maybe now someone will, after hearing your show, if you have a lot of listeners, someone will come forward and provide the information out.
You know what? Before we go to break, I want to ask you real quickly, with all your years working gangs, is it common or uncommon for members of a gang to do an unsanctioned shooting?
It's more common than you might think. When we get called to testify as an expert, a gang expert, they want to hear absolute. It's absolutely, when you join a gang, you have to get jumped in. That's not true. You can walk into a gang. If you have a family member who's a gang member,
you're a legacy.
You're a legacy. You walk into the gang, right? And when you leave a gang, there's
there's some experts that will testify. Absolutely, you got to be jumped out again. Totally untrue.
So a person can do a shooting on their own without the approval of their gang.
The gang may not approve of it, but it happens way more often than you might think.
Very good. Okay, we're going to talk more about this case, but first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. ISIS has claimed responsibility for the attack on a concert hall in Moscow that killed at least 133 people. ABC's Tom Suki-Burridge says more than 121 others were hurt.
We know that as many as 5 gunmen dressed in combat uniforms, according to Russian officials.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Peach, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Instant alerts on apartments.com will never miss out on finding your perfect place, even if it's in the middle of your best man speech.
To witness two people come together has been amazing. I mean, Ashley and Jake are perfect for each other. Whoa, this place is real. There's actually lighting. It's spacious. Oh, I mean, your love, like, is so natural, and that your togetherness is very large. Have a great life, guys.
Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Right now, radio listeners take advantage of special pricing from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-974-9900. That's 800-974-9900.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this evening with a chance of showers and strong winds, with the lows reaching the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC. Right now it's 58 in Los Alamitos and 57 in Burbank. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
When a disaster strikes, there's no time to panic. You and your family should be ready to evacuate your home in 5 minutes. Sign Sign up for alerts. Make a plan for how you will evacuate and notify family or caregivers. Put together an emergency supply kit and any prescriptions or medical equipment you need. Have a plan for pets, service animals, and livestock. Your California firefighters are on your side. For more tips for everyone in your family, visit firefightersyourside.org or call 833-PREP-4CA.
AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that there are lots of things that can make your engine light come on, besides your engine. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's technicians are specially trained to diagnose what's causing your engine light to come on and fix it, no matter what it is. Keep your eyes on the road and your ears open for another episode of AMCO's Bet You Didn't Know.
AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only on participating locations through April 7. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Welcome back to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. We're inside the headquarters for the detectives. Work 24/7 to solve crimes, and in the body of that is also the cold case unit. We're joined by detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin. We've been talking about a pair of deaths going back to the fall of '06, and they are separate cases, but they are also connected.
And if you don't mind, Steve, I'd like to talk a little bit about victims in this case.
Go right ahead.
Janet Altamirano, we've already talked about. There's a second victim in that tragic shooting. I'm not gonna bring up her name, but I think she should be acknowledged because she was a victim in this case too. But what I really wanted to talk about more than anything is the bottom line in both of these cases is Janet Altamirano would not have been killed if it wasn't for the first murder. We wouldn't have been there that day if that first murder didn't occur. And I believe wholeheartedly, I think the evidence shows that Michael Vitale is the perpetrator of that first murder. And the district attorney felt that way, and we prosecuted him eventually. It took 3 years. In 2010, we ultimately tried him for the murder. And if it wasn't for Michael Vitale's actions, we wouldn't have been at 2163 East 117th Street serving a search warrant on November 2nd.
Is there any way that Vitale could ever be held liable down after the fact for the murder of the 12-year-old?
That's civil liability, and that's not our.
Okay. I was curious. Since you're sitting there kind of playing the blame at the bottom of his feet.
Yeah, I am absolutely.
Yeah, but I just wondered if there was any other culpability on his part for that.
I'm sure that's a possibility, but I'm not an expert in civil liability.
Fair enough.
I know if that was my daughter, I would have certainly pursued that avenue. You know, so that's why I'm so passionate about the first murder. is if that one occurred, we wouldn't have had the second murder, and the tragedy of Janet Altamirano would not have occurred. And I want to talk about, in my opinion, some additional tragedies in this case that if I could go back in time, we would have done some things differently. And I talked earlier in one of the segments about how we served the search warrant, how we brought the occupants, gang members, out onto the porch. The porch was backlit by a light, and then it made it unknown to us easier for the suspects to shoot at those guys, and ultimately killed Janet Altamirano by accident. Right? You know this. I'm sure some of your audience know this. Everybody in law enforcement knows this. Is that in a perfect world, we like to execute search warrants when there's less people around. So generally, we try to schedule them for very early in the morning, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. So civilians are in their house, they're sleeping, they're not in harm's way, and we can almost assure that someone getting injured, the odds of that goes way down in the search warrant, right? That's why we try to do them early in the morning, and we generally do. It's not unheard of to have a search warrant later in the day or in the afternoon. It happens, but in a perfect world, we try to do it early. And that was the plan for this case. We were going to serve those search warrants at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. But there became a scheduling conflict with some of the 30 members of the law enforcement that executed this search warrant. And there was a lot of discussion about moving this to a different time to accommodate those scheduling conflicts. Me and my partner, Rich, Shannon Laren, we discussed this, and we discussed this. Do we put this warrant down and do it another day so we can do it in the early morning hour? Or do we give in to these scheduling conflicts and do it in the late afternoon, knowing that more civilians are going to be out there and potentially get injured as a result of an ambush like this, an unknowing ambush happening? And I'm going to go to my grave, and this, I don't care what your listeners think. It's corny, it may sound corny. It was the biggest mistake I've made in my life, is rescheduling this, giving into the scheduling conflict, and doing the search warrant in the afternoon. Because if we would have done this at 4 o'clock in the morning, Janet Altamirano would still be there.
Yeah, but
I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say.
Yeah.
And deep down, I understand what you're going to say. But you're not sitting in my seat.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. What do you say to that, Rich?
Speechless, there's nothing to say.
Okay. So, in the last minute or so we have left before the break, Detective McCarthy, you've mentioned before that Vital was prosecuted, but was he ever convicted?
He was prosecuted. He was tried two different occasions, and both times the jury hung, and the district attorney at some point has to make a decision: do we try him a third time? Do we try him a fourth time? Because as everybody knows, you got to have a unanimous verdict, right? All 12 have to vote guilty or innocent to get an acquittal for innocence or to get a conviction. In this case, the numbers were somewhere in between. And I'll give you the numbers. 7 for guilt and 5 for innocence in the first, 6 for guilt and 6 for innocent in the second. Now the district attorney has to make a decision: do we prosecute him a third time or a fourth time? And it's very expensive to prosecute. And don't get me wrong, that's not the first, second, or third consideration, but it is a consideration at some point. The bigger consideration is, are we ever going to be able to convict him based on those numbers?
So wait a minute, this guy is not in prison?
No.
That's where the additional tragedy. We're going to talk about this, but we got to take a break. And I got to get a drink. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The first storm of the spring season arrived in SoCal today. More showers are expected tonight and into Sunday. The attorney who represented Rodney King and won a $3.8 million civil claim on his behalf in 1994 has been indicted on federal tax charges. And scientists have named a new fossil, Kermitops gratus, after the amphibian icon, Kermit the Frog. We're going to check on the 110 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at t2t.org. That's T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails. From classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Bartesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Bartesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Bartesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
It is the Word of God and the work of God that changes people's lives. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio features the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. God's Word presented in a way to help you grow closer to the Lord each day. Whether you're listening to Charles Stanley Radio, Daily Devotion, or our Spanish station in Contacto, In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you can trust. To hear Dr. Stanley anytime during your day, search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders, and sometimes life seems like it's filled only with confusion and chaos. But I assure you, I have a plan for you.
The Jesus Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. Welcome back. We're wrapping things up here at the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. We're talking with cold case detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin. The big bombshell from the last segment that I finally pieced together is that Michael Vital, the man that Detective McCarthy said was the shooter that was prosecuted at least twice for the shooting death of Michael Johnson back in October of 2006, was never convicted. Correct?
Correct.
So what happened? You had plenty of evidence, didn't you?
So, yes, and I'll briefly discuss the evidence. We had an eyewitness who personally knew Michael Vital, who grew up with him. So we had a good, strong, credible witness. We had cell phone evidence that clearly puts his cell phone on in the 2100 block of East 117th Street at the time of the murder. And although it wasn't the slam dunk case, if you will, I felt it was enough evidence, certainly, to convict.
Did you have any good forensics?
Not a lot of forensics.
Ballistics?
No, I told you I was excited during the search warrant. We had a gun, at least one gun that was the same caliber. It was examined at our lab and ended up not being a weapon. Okay? But I still felt we had a convictable case, and the district attorney felt the same thing.
Sure.
So we prosecuted the first trial. I don't know if your audience, I know some of your audience knows this, but you have what's called a preliminary hearing. It's a mini trial.
Right.
In front of a judge to determine if there's enough evidence. In the middle of the preliminary hearing, the defense produces a VHS video because Michael Vital claimed in a custodial interview, his alibi was, I was at my grandson's birthday party in the city of Carson at the time of the murder. Now, we had his cell phone on 117th Street. And they produced this video, VHS video, and it had a time and a date, and it showed him at this birthday party.
And clearly, and we went to the residence in Carson, and he was clearly in that residence at the time. There was clearly a birthday party, and he was in it, and it showed a date and a time, the date of the murder, and a time. And we drove that from Carson to 117th Street, and based on the time on the video, you couldn't make it there in time to do the murder. But our argument was, and we had an expert from, I believe it was Connecticut, come out and testify. We're talking about the old days of video recorders, where you could, and you have to manually change the time. And remember, I told you that it was right around late. It was last few days, October 28th.
Time change.
Our argument was they never manually changed the time, and if they would have, there was plenty of time for him to get to 117th Street and do the murder. And we had the cell phone evidence. End of story. Jury believes it. 5 of them in the first trial, and 6 of them in the second trial bought the alibi, and the jury hung. Wow. And we never convicted.
Where's he at now?
He's on the streets. And I checked that yesterday based on databases that I use. He's still on the streets. In the same area that he's prior to.
So he got, in your opinion, he got by with murder?
Oh, there's no question.
It's hard to fathom that all of this work and effort and all the stuff that happened, and you have him, for lack of a better phrase, dead to rights, and then you couldn't convince a jury of it. Not you, but the DA's could.
No, I was partially responsible for convincing the jury. I had the evidence. I think it was compelling evidence, and I think his alibi was impeached by us. And this is just my personal opinion. I've been getting probably too many personal opinions today. Is juries don't like to send somebody to prison for the rest of their life until they're absolutely sure.
No doubt.
It's not unreasonable. It's beyond all doubt. And that happens sometimes. And I believe it happened in this one.
Detective Tomlin, though, we've got the 3 guys you were talking about that came over that fence, and I believe you said at least 2 of them opened fire during the service of that search warrant, which would be the ambush that resulted in the death of the 12-year-old girl, correct?
Yes, because we covered at the scene where, again, AK-47 or assault rifle shell casings and also 9mm shell casings. And witnesses at the scene said they heard 2 distinct type of guns being fired.
So now, Detective McCarthy has identified the shooter in this first murder. You say yours is still unsolved. So do you know who shot?
Based on the information that were provided from witnesses, again, some who are deceased, or 2 who are deceased, and 1 who's in state prison, we're very comfortable with who we believe is responsible. As you well know, it's not what you believe, it's what you can prove.
Right.
Now, one of the individuals, and I want to clarify something, one of the individuals is in state prison right now.
One of the 3 guys.
One of the 3 guys. Right. He's not convicted on this case. He is in state prison on another, I believe it's a gun charge, actually.
Okay.
One of the individuals is still around, and the 3rd individual I have not been able to track down. I don't know if he left the state or exactly what has happened to him. We're very comfortable, very confident in that area where the shooting occurred. People stay there. His generations stay in those homes, and single-family residents. And we believe, or I believe, that with the help of this radio show, someone will come forward, or several people, with information that will put it over the top. We're very close with the information that we have to being able to make arrests. However, we need that extra push.
We're talking about an incident from November 2nd of 2006 at 6:21 p.m. at 2163 East 117th Street in unincorporated Los Angeles. It was an ambush which resulted in the inadvertent shooting death of 12-year-old Janet Altamirano. Gentlemen, thank you for always bringing us compelling cases. And to you, Detective Tomlin, I hope someone out there remembers the situation or the incident from November 2nd of 2006 in the 2100 block of East 117th Street. 3 men come over a fence, open fire on what they think was going to be retaliation for the previous murder that happened October 28th of 2006. Instead, a 12-year-old girl was killed and a 15-year-old girl was wounded. So, gentlemen, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for giving us the opportunity to talk about this.
And that's going to do it. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, the radio show, is a production of the KFI News Department for iHeartMedia Los Angeles and is produced by Steve Gregory and Jacob Gonzalez. Our field engineer is Tony Sorrentino. To hear this and other episodes, just download Unsolved with Steve Gregory on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen. This is KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
If there's news, if things shift, if they stay the same, things change for better or worse, regardless of what's happening, you're going to hear it here. It's what we do.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Proposed gondola paused. I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA City Council has decided to stop any movement on a proposed aerial gondola project until a traffic study is completed. Eddie Alvarez of the LAOC Building Trades Union says he supports a study, but union workers are ready to build the project.
We do not wish for this project to be delayed any further. Holding up the project for a traffic study would go against most other projects that we work on.
The proposed gondola would connect the stadium to Union Station with stops at the State Historic Park and Chinatown. The council voted 11-2 yesterday to adopt a motion ordering the review of traffic flow around Dodger Stadium and surrounding neighborhoods. The Princess of Wales has announced she has been diagnosed with cancer.
For everyone facing this disease, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Kate Middleton released a video yesterday, or on Thursday rather, saying her abdominal surgery in January was successful, but they found her condition is cancerous despite initially thinking it wasn't.
This, of course, came as a huge shock. And William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family.
The princess says she hopes people will understand that they need some time, space, and privacy while she gets chemo. She says she looks forward to getting back to her duties when she's able. The first over-the-counter birth control pills are now available. Opill can be purchased without a prescription at some Walgreens stores and online from Amazon and CVS. The FDA approved it back in July. Walgreens says it should be in all of its stores within the next week. The death toll in the Russian terrorist attack has now risen to 133 people killed and 121 injured. Moscow officials say that number could keep rising significantly. Russia's FSB says they have captured all 4 attackers and 7 other alleged accomplices.
They were detained while headed towards the border with Ukraine, saying they planned to cross.
ISIS has claimed responsibility, saying it attacked a big gathering for Christians in the Moscow concert hall. Russia has not confirmed the men belong to ISIS. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel, urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to go through with plans to attack the southern Gaza city of Rafah. ABC's Matt Gutman says Blinken also spoke with Israeli protesters who are demanding more action to release hostages held by Hamas.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken delivering a message to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Friday, ceasefire now. Echoing President Biden, the secretary also strenuously urging Israel not to invade the southern Gaza city of Rafah. But a short time after their meeting, Netanyahu announcing Israel will go into Gaza with or without U.S. support.
In just about 20 minutes, the Ferris wheel in Santa Monica will be turning off its lights in recognition of Earth Hour. It will be joined by Los Angeles City Hall and the Electric and Water Company. Other worldwide landmarks like the Eiffel Tower, the Sydney Opera House, and Big Ben will also be going dark for 1 hour. Earth Hour was started in 2007 to raise awareness in the ongoing climate crisis and is hosted every year on the last Saturday of March. Let's take a look at your traffic this evening. Right now, we have a stall on the 5 in East LA.
It has dipped in a parked out car here blocking the red lane. Traffic is backed up to the 710 freeway. Through the Hollywood area, going to run southbound between Melrose and Glendale Boulevard, looking at some slow traffic there. And through the mid-city area, still seeing a bit of a delay on the 10 eastbound between Normandy and the 110. And slow going through Pasadena, 110 northbound between Glenarm and Colorado Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings of the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
On the Nintendo Switch system, you can team up with friends in Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Where you can meet talking flowers.
Life's full of surprises.
And where Piranha Plants sing. And where Mario, Luigi, and Peach turn into elephants.
Holy so!
And where this announcer turns into a
Super tiny announcer. That's not in the game.
Sorry, got a little excited. Nintendo Switch, the home of Mario and Friends. Game rated E for everyone. Game assistance sold separately.
Southland weather from KFI. It's partly cloudy this evening with a chance of rain and strong winds, with lows reaching the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC, with a slight chance of rain and the highs will be in the mid-60s on Sunday, lows in the low 50s at the beaches, but lows will be in the upper 30s tonight in Riverside and the IE, and it will be down in the 30s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 54 in Inglewood, 51 in Simi Valley, and 57 in Newport Beach, and 57 in La Palma. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are listening to Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. I'm Clay Rowe. Each Saturday and Sunday evening at 9 p.m. before we dive into the mysterious world of Coast to Coast, heard every night here on KFI at 10 p.m. We'll ease you into the mood by presenting some of the more unusual and sometimes disturbing offerings that can be found on the free iHeartRadio app. Now, there are thousands of podcasts available, and it can sometimes be difficult to maybe find just the right one to satisfy your urge for the strange, the paranormal, or the just plain weird. And each weekend, I'm going to dig deep into the iHeart archive and share with you the best of what I find, or the weirdest, or the creepiest. It depends on my mood. And that's really what it's all about. It's about setting the mood as things get dark the rest of the night here on Coast to Coast. Before the Coast is sort of an on-ramp onto the odd highway ahead of us all night here on KFI. Hopefully you'll get a chance to hear something new that you can add to your podcast listening playlist. So if you hear something you like one night and you'd like to hear more of that, it is all available for free On the iHeartRadio app, you just open up the app, search for the name of the show that we're playing, and it's pretty much that easy. Tonight, we showcase Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities. And you may know Aaron Mahnke from his popular podcast, Lore. And if not, it's really a great podcast to check out if you enjoy creepy but true stories. In Cabinet of Curiosities, however, Aaron shares some short stories. In fact, they're so short that in the following hour, we're going to hear 8 of them. It really is a great podcast to check out if your time is limited and you don't like having to pause a podcast and pick up later on and forget where you were in the story. Stories are very short. Each episode is about 10 minutes or so, and it features two complete short tales of the unbelievable, the unsettling, and the bizarre. So settle in and please enjoy Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
Welcome to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities, a production of iHeartRadio and Grim and Mild.
Our world is full of the unexplainable. And if history is an open book, all of these amazing tales right there on display, just waiting for us to explore. Welcome to the Cabinet of Curiosities. We've all been there. Those days when we wake up too early and barely function on a few hours of sleep. We pump ourselves full of coffee, but it's never enough, and so we shamble through the workday like zombies. It's unknown whether French neurologist Jules Guittard was a morning person or not, but he certainly understood what it was like to feel like the Walking Dead. He observed it firsthand. Guittard, born in France in 1840, started his medical career at the Pitié-Salpêtrière University Hospital, where he interned. Later on, as a full-fledged doctor, he took a strong interest in those who suffered from cerebrovascular accidents, otherwise known as strokes. He wanted to know more about the effects on the brain, so he would often perform autopsies on those who had died because of them. But in 1882, a woman walked into his office with something new, something different, something strange. She was only ever known as Mademoiselle X, and on that day, she rattled off a list of symptoms for Dr. Guittard. She claimed, as hard as it is to believe, to have no nerves, stomach, chest, or bowels, not even a brain. She was literally nothing but skin and bones. Now, clearly, Dr. Guittard could see that something about the woman was not right, but it wasn't the symptoms she listed off. She was all there, physically. All the body parts that she claimed to be lacking were still intact. Her mental faculties, however, had taken a nosedive. Mademoiselle X went on, claiming to have no soul, and that without any internal organs to process her food, she had stopped eating. There was no God, no devil, and believed that she was immortal. She was convinced that she could not die, at least not by natural means. In order to kill her, she said, she would need to be set on fire. Guittard, fascinated by the patient's claims, turned to his medical texts for help. There had actually been a number of cases over the years where people believed that they were dead. And Guittard believed that it was a previously undiagnosed form of depression that he called hypochondriacal delirium. Those who suffered from it were often sad, shut down mentally, didn't feel pain, believed they had no internal organs, and thought that they would actually live forever unless forcibly killed. Today, however, the syndrome has a new name, derived from the man who discovered it. It's called Guittard's delusion, and it's believed to be caused by neural misfirings in the part of the brain that recognizes and reacts to faces. It's similar to Capgras delusion, which makes people think that their loved ones have been replaced with imposters. Guittard's delusion occurs in patients who don't recognize their own faces and insist that the people they are, or were, don't exist anymore. It's a rare condition, affecting about 200 people worldwide, and is typically treated with a variety of medications like antidepressants and antipsychotics. However, pills don't always work, and electroconvulsion or shock therapy is sometimes needed. As for Mademoiselle X, there were no pills for her to swallow, nor was she subjected to any kind of therapy. She eventually passed away, but not from fire. Sadly, she starved to death. Dr. Jules Guittard went into medicine to understand the human brain. What he found was one of the rarest and strangest symptoms ever recorded. The truly dead may not have been able to speak for themselves, but for Cotard, the undead certainly had a lot to say.
You're listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
With the most rental listings anywhere, Apartments.com can help you find a place with a walk-in closet that really speaks to you, literally. I love the boots. The pumps, too much. Pumps scream, I need this to go well. The boots are asking, oh, we had a date? I completely forgot. I'm your perfect walk-in closet. I have room for your suitcase and a secret drawer for your passport, and even a place for your 18th century wigs, in case you actually want to be something for Halloween, other than yoga instructor, which, by the way, is not a costume. Apartments.com for the place to find a place.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you, with Allstate. Not one based on Carol. She's more focused on hitting the high note than the car in front of her. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, a rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Ready for our beach day?
Yeah.
Great. I brought sunscreen, sunglasses, a big bottle.
6 times better protection can make a big difference.
Sleep shirt, water, ice, a canopy.
Suit yourself. I'm getting some rays today. Casco GTX full synthetic motor oil provides 6 times better wear protection on critical engine parts to help extend the life of your engine. Casco GTX full synthetic motor oil for maximum protection.
How you feeling over there?
Oh, I'm fine. Should be 10 by tomorrow. Claim based on viscosity breakdown is measured in virtual bond. Test on 5W33. Shop for Casco GTX full synthetic on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months in life with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. From sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardos. He served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star. Overseas, he was exposed to toxic burn pits. Service-related cancer took his life. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Help heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Bartesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament, Bartesian is offering a $50 discount with the Big Game Bundle. Bartesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The Big Game Bundle includes the Bartesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the Tropical Margarita, Vodka, Whiskey, and Gin Lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Bartesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Bartesian. Order your Bartesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at bartesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Bartesian, premium cocktails on demand.
And keep the heat out in the summer. And you're going to flip out over this new offer. American Vision Windows will pay the tax, or you get free expert installation. Ding dong with that offer. 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. Website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. Website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved credit offer expires 3/31/23. CSV 7783226.
Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage at the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you're listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now for another true story of the strange from Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities.
If you think about it, each of us is really two people. There's the side we show to the outside world each day, and then there's the side we keep hidden. The side almost no one else knows about, except for maybe a partner or a close friend. Chris Carradini was also two people, but he made sure that everyone was aware of all of his different sides. He kept nothing secret. Chris was born in London in May of 1922. His father was a World War I veteran, and his mother was an Edwardian beauty who inspired numerous portraits and sculptures from the greatest artists of her time. Sadly, his parents were not happily married, and they divorced by the time he was 6 years old. He went to live with his mother and older sister in Switzerland, where he developed an interest in acting. As he got older, he continued to act, but eventually took a break to focus on his studies. Chris took up fencing and cricket, and even tried his hand at sports like rugby and boxing, although he wasn't particularly good at those. Chris was forced to get a job during his last year of school when both of his parents lost their incomes. He took a position at a shipping company as a mail clerk. And then in 1939, he followed in his father's footsteps and joined up with the Finnish army. Their winter war had begun against the Soviets 3 months after the start of World War II. He didn't serve long, though. He and the other volunteers had been posted as guards far from the front lines. They spent 2 weeks in Finland before coming home again. Chris went back to work at the shipping company for a short time, and then enlisted in World War II after his father died from pneumonia in 1940. This time, Chris joined the Royal Air Force. He traveled to southern Rhodesia with plans to fly solo. But those plans crashed and burned after a series of headaches and eye problems forced him to give up his dream. Despite being grounded, though, Chris found other ways to support the war effort. For one, he became a reliable intelligence officer. He spoke several languages, including German, Italian, and French, which made him a valuable asset to the military. After the war, he hunted down and interrogated Nazi war criminals. Chris's time in the Royal Air Force had changed him. Upon returning home, he no longer felt like the office life was for him. But he was at a loss for what to do next. It was his cousin, Niccolo, who suggested that he try his hand at acting. Niccolo even knew of a producer who could help him break into the business. Shortly after meeting with a few producers, Chris signed a 7-year contract with an agent named David Henley. The roles Henley would be able to get him were small at first. A line here, an unspoken part there. He performed alongside some of the greatest actors who had ever graced the screen, including Laurence Olivier and Gregory Peck, but hardly said a word. He didn't break out until the early 1950s, several years into his career. He began starring in horror films made by Hammer, a British studio that had cast him as Frankenstein's monster, as well as a career-defining role as a certain famous vampire. He appeared in critically and commercially successful films, including an installment in the James Bond franchise, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, and the Star Wars prequels. In 2010, when he was 88 years old, Chris released a hit heavy metal album. It was the first of several. He loved to sing and took a particular interest in metal after hearing Black Sabbath perform in the 1970s. By the time he died in 2015, Christopher Frank Parendini Lee had been an actor, singer, author, audiobook narrator, voiceover artist, and of course, a war hero. He had seen and experienced more than most people, perhaps evident best in an interaction between Lee and director Peter Jackson on the set of the third Lord of the Rings film, The Return of the King. Jackson was instructing Lee on how to act after being stabbed by another character. Lee, calling back to his time during the war, turned to Jackson and said, "Have you any idea what kind of noise happens when somebody is stabbed in the back? Because I do."
You're listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
The year is 1866, and a 7-year-old boy walks along a street near his family home on 20th Street in Lower Manhattan. He's recently been diagnosed with asthma, and being raised in a world that teaches the superiority of a manly man, he isn't quite feeling on top of things. After all, his aspirations lay in doing the things his father did. All those manly things like hunting, boxing, and athletics. And while his family has not given up on curing his asthma, providing him numerous doctor-recommended practices, such as strong coffee and midnight carriage rides, these symptoms still threaten to hamper the boy's life. As he passes a small market, he sees a display up front with a harbor seal carcass on ice. Now, this may sound strange to the modern listener, but at the time, harbor seals were common in New York Harbor and could be found at just about any market that sold food goods. Fascinated by the carcass, the boy asked the vendor how much for the whole thing. The vendor looked at him quizzically. A full-grown harbor seal weighs, on average, 130 pounds, and the average 7-year-old, never mind the frailties of an asthmatic 7-year-old, weighs maybe 50. Regardless, determined not to be defeated yet again, the boy countered, "How much for just the head?" By this point, the vendor is so amused by the whole ordeal that he agrees to give the boy the seal's head as a gift, and promptly cuts it off and hands it over. Carrying it home with a gleeful smile, the boy goes straight to the kitchen and pulls out his mom's cooking pot, filling it with water and heating it to a rolling boil before dropping the seal's head into the pot and waiting as it slowly boiled off skin, sinew, and gristle. In time, there was nothing left but the skull, exactly as the boy had planned. After bearing the brunt of his mother's frustrations at the soiling of her cookware, the boy begins his collection in his bedroom. The seal head, the first of what would become many more such items. Raised in a family with plentiful members and household staff, many of whom frequented his room to clean and simply pass through, the boy was often begged to move his collection to somewhere more out of the way, so they wouldn't have to see all the macabre pieces anymore. And the boy listened, moving his growing collection of now 12 items to the less frequented back stairwell of the 3-story family home. By the age of 9, he had codified his collection of insects in a paper titled The Natural History of Insects. And at the ripe age of 12, he donated some of his items, a dozen mice, a bat, a turtle, 4 birds' eggs, and the skull of a red squirrel, to the Museum of Natural History. But this was just the beginning for this asthmatic young man, who had suddenly found his calling in life. Just 11 short years later, he would donate 622 preserved birds to this facility. This young boy would go on to found nearly 300 natural preserves, parks, and forests during his lifetime, as well as expanding the reach of the Museum of Natural History, including making numerous donations to the museum himself. He went on fabled expeditions into the Amazon, into Africa, and into the American West. He danced with death more than his fair share, and even today remains one of the most fabled characters of American history. Not to mention the role he's best known for, being President of the United States. The boy's name? Theodore Roosevelt.
You're listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Cabinet of Curiosities coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A doctor in London has blamed social media for forcing Kate, the Princess of Wales, to make her cancer diagnosis public.
It wasn't a good sort of news to actually break at this stage, but I think her hand was forced, really.
He says there were so many rumors going around and so much being said about it that she had no choice but to make her personal medical issues public. President Biden signed a bipartisan $1.2 trillion spending bill into law today after the Senate spent a late night working to keep the government running. ABC's Mary Alice Parks says the package
Instant alerts on apartments.com will never miss out on finding your perfect place, even if it's in the middle of your best man speech.
To witness two people come together has been amazing. I mean, Ashley and Jake are perfect for each other. Whoa, this place is real. There's natural lighting. It's spacious. Oh, I mean, your love, like, is so natural that your togetherness is very large. Have a great life, guys.
Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. Go to iHeartResults.com.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this evening with a chance of rain and more strong winds. Lows will reach the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC. Right now it's 56 in Cypress, 57 in Marina Del Rey. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Brooker.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
When a disaster strikes, there's no time to panic. You and your family should be ready to evacuate your home in 5 minutes. Sign up for alerts. Make a plan for how you will evacuate and notify family or caregivers. Put together an emergency supply kit and any prescriptions or medical equipment you need. Have a plan for pets, service animals, and livestock. Your California firefighters are on your side. For more tips for everyone in your family, visit firefightersyourside.org or call 833-PREP-4CA.
Around the world, and you want the whole story, right? You're not alone. The KFI audience is influential, affluent, and very well educated. I know. Every time I screw up, they tell me. If you're a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing, KFI
Gustav, how you doing, baby?
reach your goals and connect you with brand new customers.
Gustav, how was your day?
Radio station on the entire
I just woke up, bro. Excellent. Let me guess. Cigarette, coffee, food. Excellent. The daily constitutional. Check this out, baby. This is amazing. Oh, all day, every day, baby. All right. This is huge.
You hold Bitcoin, bro, or not?
Yes, I do.
Wow, it's so nice, man. You know, so where I bought this, I bought the fucking top that I'm holding and I don't care and I'm shipping.
And then you sit back while
That will happen.
ding dong with this station. This is Jacob Emra. If you've been involved
in
a motorcycle accident,
Yeah, you bought it to top and you're pissed.
Yeah, but I don't sell like a G.
There you go. Oh yeah. I am Diamond Hands. Check this out. Look at all these streams.
I think you are very good.
Strange stories.
Do you think what?
I think you are one of the early OGs.
I think so too. Look at all these lives, Gustav. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now. 6, 7, 8, 9. Different angles.
Today's cruise ships offer
I'm so smart, man.
Why are you so smart?
But to understand
no, God loves me.
Yeah, he does, because he introduced you to me.
I like this.
Thank you, baby. Well, I'm going to tell you what. You're live right now on 10 different YouTubes and many different platforms. What do you want to say to the world?
I'm always in the morning with good shit and coffee and nice things. Having a great day, motherfucker.
Absolutely. It's the little things in life. Gustav, I will see you tomorrow, God willing. You have a wonderful day. I hope it's productive to you. And let's have a wonderful day ahead.
Thanks, man. Till tomorrow. I love you.
I love you too, Gustav. Kiss, kiss. Take care. Shout out to Armenia. Shout out to Yerevan. Shout out to Gustav. Woo-woo.
Let's go.
Let's go, LFG.
She underwent a number of modifications during that time, both inside and out, before she was retired in 1967. Permanently moored in Long Beach, California, she was converted once again, this time from a working ship into a floating hotel. Her lower levels were transformed into an aquarium and museum, while her boiler rooms were removed completely. Over the years, the Queen Mary went through several owners, all of whom had different ideas about what the liner should have been. Hotelier Jack Rather happened to be one of those owners. He and his wife used to sail on the Queen Mary back when it was still in service. So when the opportunity to lease the property arose in the 1980s, Rather jumped at the chance. He was no stranger to running a hotel either. He built one back in 1955, which had proven quite successful. It was so successful, in fact, that a prominent California business owner tried to buy it a number of times, but never quite had the money to do so. It wasn't until decades after this entrepreneur's death when his company was finally able to afford Rather's hotel and the property on which it sat, which happened to also include the Queen Mary. This company had big plans for the liner and hoped to take advantage of its dark history. You see, the Queen Mary was home to countless ghost stories and tales of paranormal activity, which led to it becoming known as the most haunted hotel in America. During World War II, for example, an accidental collision with another military vehicle led to the deaths of 300 personnel on the other ship. As a passenger ship, the Queen Mary was believed to have been the site of almost 50 deaths, including drownings, murders, and even other strange departures. Her new owners wanted to turn a night stay into a fully immersive paranormal experience. And the piece de resistance, room B340. Those who entered the notorious room reported strange happenings, such as the floors creaking at odd times or distant voices calling from beyond the grave. Faucets in the bathroom would turn on by themselves, and on more than one occasion, ghostly images showed up in the mirrors, frightening the guests. The thing was, room B340 wasn't really haunted. The company just wanted people to think it was. They had installed all sorts of effects to give anyone staying in the room the sense that they weren't alone. Unfortunately, the idea of actually sleeping in a haunted hotel didn't really sit well with tourists, and the concept was abandoned. It was kind of surprising, though, since it had been formulated by a company adept at building ghost-infested structures before. They'd even tried to use the techniques from their other attraction on the Queen Mary. But Disneyland visitors didn't mind visiting the haunted mansion for a few minutes at a time. They just didn't want to spend several nights in its floating equivalent. After Disney gave up its idea of a haunted ocean liner in the early 1990s, it ripped out all of the Imagineering technology for room B340 and locked it up for good. Which only adds to the mystery. Why was the door locked? What had happened in there? Why couldn't anyone go inside? Over time, knowledge of Disney's involvement melted away, and the rumors of the Queen Mary's hauntings led to the idea that room B340 was one of the scariest places on the ship. It was also believed to have contributed to ghost sighting claims from guests decades later. Whether you believe the Queen Mary really is plagued by ghosts depends on whether you believe in the paranormal at all. If you're brave enough and you have the money, you can stay in room B340 overnight and judge for yourself. Just don't expect it to be the happiest place on earth.
You're listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
College is a time for finding yourself, trying new things, experiencing true freedom for the first time, and, of course, breaking the rules. After all, what is the point of experiencing anything without a little rule breaking to make the experience better? If you drop someone like George Gordon Byron, known to most as Lord Byron, into such an environment, you're bound to see some fireworks. Byron spent his life breaking rules, bucking norms, and otherwise stirring the pot, both in his poetry and in life itself. That's what happens when you become a literary icon by the ripe age of 20. Having been born into a troubled childhood to a schizophrenic mother and a father nicknamed Mad Jack, as well as being cared for by an abusive nurse, Byron's tumultuous life makes sense. He was also born with a club foot, a condition he blamed on his mother's tight corsets, which earned him constant mockery from his classmates. Byron had numerous dogs and cats throughout his upbringing, but he also dabbled in exotic pets as well. Monkeys, foxes, peacocks, and even crocodiles. Although the exotic pets didn't make as lasting of an impression as his favorite pet of all time, a dog named Bosun, who died of rabies in 1808. All in all, it's clear that Byron loved dogs. So when it came time for him to leave home and attend Trinity College in Cambridge in 1805, he was desperate to bring one of his pups along with him. And not Bosun, curiously enough, but his bulldog named Smut. He certainly had a knack for naming his pets. However, Trinity College had a strict rule against having dogs on campus. And given what we talked about with college being a time for rule breaking and Byron being a champion rule breaker, well, then you can guess what's coming. Byron swapped out the forbidden dog by another animal. An animal not traditionally kept as a pet. But seeing as how Trinity College did not have an explicit rule preventing being accompanied by such a pet, Byron fought for his right to have it and won the argument. And just like that, he was cleared to come to campus with an animal that was far and away more dangerous and troublesome than the dog. As far as where Byron acquired this animal, well, it's all rumor and hearsay, really. They say he acquired the creature from the Sturbridge Fair or from a traveling menagerie, but the matter was never solved. It's not like the guy who acquired crocodiles and peacocks would have that much trouble finding anything else. Sadly, we don't know what happened to this pet when Byron parted ways with it. We don't even know what its name was. But whatever the case, this companion helped make Byron's time at university that much more, well, bearable. Oh, and Byron's pet, if you haven't caught on, was a bear.
You're listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Cabinet of Curiosities coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. First Lady Jill Biden arrived in the Coachella Valley today as part of a Southern California fundraising swing for her husband. Russia's top state investigative agency says the death toll in the Moscow concert hall attack has risen to 133. The state news agency says 11 people have been detained. Los Angeles has just celebrated Earth Hour. In fact, it may be still happening right now. We take a look around. About 9:30, local landmarks turned off the lights everywhere, like City Hall, LAX, and the Santa Monica Pier to celebrate Earth Day. We are going to check on the 405 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right, to celebrate college basketball's most important time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or the families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Want to be the ultimate host without breaking a sweat? Meet Artesian, your key to premium cocktails at home. Imagine the ability to instantly create over 60 handcrafted cocktails, from classic whiskey sours to indulgent espresso martinis, with just the push of a button. It's like having a personal mixologist right in your kitchen serving up fresh cocktails. And for a limited time, when you buy your Artesian, you'll receive a free Classic Collection variety pack. That's 6 cocktail faves to jumpstart your soiree. Each capsule is packed with top-notch juices, bitters, and extracts. And as an HGTV editor's pick, Artesian is the barkeep who will make your party peak. Level up your next gathering and order your sleek Artesian today for free shipping and a free complimentary cocktails gift. Head to Bartesian.com/gift to get started. That's BARTESIAN.com/gift. Bartesian. Premium cocktails on demand.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you're listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now for another true story of the strange from Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities.
Everybody has a hidden talent, something that they can do that sets them apart from everyone else. It might be juggling, or playing a musical instrument, or singing, something they're not known for, but can break out at birthday parties or road trips. But it's rare for someone to make a living at their hidden talent, especially if it's one they might be ashamed of. Roland had one such talent, what we might call a knack for funny sounds. In fact, it was a skill that he parlayed into a gig as a court jester for King Henry II of England in the middle of the 12th century. The king was so enamored with Roland's ability that he gave him a large home in the village of Hemmingstone in Suffolk, as well as 30 acres of land. So, what had Roland done to earn such a grand wage? He was required to perform for the king's court every Christmas in an act that was described as one jump, one whistle, and one fart. Roland, you see, was best known as Roland the Farter, and he was a professional flatulist. And he wasn't the only one. Hundreds of years earlier, stories had been written about people who could break wind at the drop of a hat. In Japan, between the 12th and 14th centuries, there were stories of a man named Fukutomi no Oribe, who performed elaborate fart dances for Japanese aristocracy. And the tradition continued well into the 1800s. Joseph Pujol from France certainly made a good living tooting his own horn. Joseph eventually found work as a baker, but he didn't let his day job get in the way of his passion. He often pretended to play musical instruments for the customers from behind the counter. Little did they know that he actually had turned his rear end into a special kind of trumpet. His daily performances led him to believe that he could parlay his skills from the bakery to the stage. His act grew so popular that he took it to Paris and began performing at the renowned Moulin Rouge. Dressed in a red coat and white gloves, Lupit Dumano, as he called himself, warmed things up with some light flatulence. He would call out each break of wind with a whimsical name or description. For example, he introduced the sound a bride might make at her wedding and then let out a tiny squeak. He also imitated a dressmaker ripping a long piece of fabric. He extinguished candles from several feet away. He played popular songs from his rear, and just as his forefathers had done hundreds of years earlier, performed for royalty from all over Europe. Joseph's piece de resistance, by the way, was his impression of a cannon blast, which he fired out of his behind with all his might. The good news was that none of his toots smelled, but that didn't stop women from fainting at the sound of them. It got so bad, nurses were hired to stand by and carry female guests into the hall after they'd passed out. Eventually, his act got so big he started touring on his own, performing for audiences until the start of World War I. The war efforts forced him into early retirement and back to his first love, baking. He even opened a biscuit factory in Toulon before his death in 1945. But don't worry, they were real, not air biscuits.
You're listening to Aaron Mahnke's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640.
Value, like beauty, is in the eye of the beholder. Even though a certain object may not be worth a lot of money, it may have immeasurable sentimental value. A family photo album, a baby's blanket, and a high school football trophy won't earn anything from Sotheby's, but not having them would devastate their owners. But what does a person do when the thing they are given isn't only worth a lot of money, but priceless? Sal Dominic knew exactly what they would do. They'd hold on to it. Dominic was born in 1904 in Figueres, Catalonia, in Spain, just along the French border. He took an interest in the arts, much to the chagrin of his father, who was a strict disciplinarian. As he got older, he was given the opportunity to truly explore his artistic side when he enrolled at the Municipal Drawing School at Figueres in 1916. Surprisingly, it was his father who turned the family home into a gallery the following year to support his son's endeavors. He put up his charcoal drawings for visitors to admire. Not long after, Dominic had a more traditional exhibition at a local theater. He started to discover himself in college in the early 1920s. He moved to Madrid and developed a new look for himself, one that was not met kindly by his classmates. He was an odd fellow who grew his hair out and wore a long coat with stockings. In other words, he dressed like a dandy. In 1922, Dominic earned an art education like no other. He began spending his Sundays at the famed Prado Museum in Madrid, studying the paintings of the old masters. He'd sit and sketch, learning how they formed their shapes and used their colors. But the museum wasn't the only thing that had an influence on him. His own work was being shaped by the ever-changing art movements around him. Cubism had been popular in places like Paris, but hadn't yet made its way to Madrid. Dominic changed that, while also experimenting with more avant-garde movements like Futurism and Dada. As time went on, the young artist continued to hone his skills, meeting many of his contemporaries throughout his journey. These were painters who would go on to become legends in their own right, like Pablo Picasso and Joan Miro. And word of his talent soon began to expand beyond his circle of friends. Dominic's reputation often preceded him wherever he went. Despite Dominic's success, his father resented his behavior. For one, the artist had entered into a relationship with a woman 10 years younger than himself. He had also exhibited a drawing that depicted an outline of Jesus Christ, titled, "Sometimes I spit with pleasure on the portrait of my mother." The title had been a part of the persona he'd made for himself to fit in with his art scene friends. His father didn't care who he was trying to impress. His son had brought shame to the family. Dominic refused to apologize for the sketch. In turn, his father kicked him out of the home and removed him from his will. His father may have disapproved of them, but Dominic's paintings and drawings continued to gather acclaim, turning him into quite the celebrity. He often dined in upscale restaurants, surrounded by friends and peers as other diners flocked. Of course, those meals added up, and when the waiter would bring the check, Dominic had no compunctions about paying for the whole table. Now, being a celebrity, it wasn't unheard of for him to get a free meal every now and then, but for the instances when he would, in fact, have to pay the full amount, he came up with a foolproof way to avoid spending any money. He would take out his checkbook, write out the amount for the bill, and then sketch a little doodle on the back. In a way, he was making a bet that the restaurant wouldn't cash a check with a piece of original art by Sal Dominic, otherwise known as Salvador Dali. And more often than not, it was a bet he won. I hope you've enjoyed today's guided tour of the Cabinet of Curiosities. Learn more about the show by visiting curiositiespodcast.com. This show was created by me, Aaron Mankey, in partnership with How Stuff Works. I make another award-winning show called Lore, which is a podcast, book series, and television show. And you can learn all about it over at theworldoflore.com. And until next time, stay curious.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Therapist arrested. I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A former therapist in Beverly Hills has been accused of handing out child pornography. The U.S. Attorney's Office says back in 2022, the therapist engaged in sexual chats online with what he thought was a 13-year-old girl, but was actually an undercover police officer. Police say they conducted a traffic stop where they arrested him and searched several of his devices where they allegedly found the child porn. The FBI's third annual report on internet crimes shows in 2023, people in California lost more than $2 billion through investment fraud, tech support scams, and ransomware.
We are a big state. We have a large population, so there's no surprise we're going to, unfortunately, be some of the favorites for cyber attackers.
Agent Brian Willett says people need to frequently change their passwords and resist the urge to click unknown links in emails. Nationwide, 880,000 complaints were filed with potential losses exceeding $12.5 billion. Rebecca Grossman can still make phone calls from an LA County jail despite claims she tried to influence witnesses, jurors, and even the judge.
Prosecutors say in the days after Grossman was convicted of murdering 2 children in a crosswalk in Westlake Village in 2020, she tried to send someone named Tom to ask the judge for a retrial, asked her daughter to release evidence that had been sealed by the court, and tried to get witnesses to change their testimony. A judge denied a prosecution request yesterday to revoke her phone privileges, saying she was just naive. Grossman faces 34 years in prison at sentencing, which was postponed till June. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
2 people have been hurt in a single-engine plane crash in the Antelope Valley. The FAA says the Piper PA-28 crashed around 6:30 last night near Acton. The FAA says the pilot reported an engine issue shortly before the crash yesterday. The 2 people were on board the aircraft and airlifted to a hospital. They appeared to be conscious. Spring breakers in Miami have experienced some pretty severe weather and music festival. Festival goers say they're still trying to soak up the fun.
I am a little worried, but I love dancing in the rain. So we don't have to bring ponchos, but we're like, you know what? Let it come and we'll be okay. Like, let it rain.
The festival is expected to continue for day 2. The Senate has passed the $1.2 trillion spending plan avoiding a partial government shutdown. The bill provides funding for defense, homeland security, labor, education, and health and human services.
There were a lot of naysayers who didn't believe that this divided Congress could pass full-year appropriation bills.
The bill now heads to President Biden, where the White House says there will not be any disruption to government services. Russian officials say they have arrested the 4 gunmen in Friday's terror attack at a Moscow area concert hall that left at least 133 people dead. Authorities are combing through the rubble for survivors where armed gunmen stormed the building, shooting concertgoers and setting off explosives. A branch of ISIS has claimed responsibility for the attack. The U.S. has hit an all-time low ranking in the World Happiness Report. The country came in 23rd out of 143 countries in the report published last Wednesday. This is the first time the U.S. did not make the top 20. The study says Americans feel stressed about their lives and don't trust the government. Countries like Finland and Denmark consistently rank among the top 2 happiest countries. Right now, we've got a crash on the 10 in Mid-City.
It's going to be on the eastbound side of Brea, just blocking the right lane, and traffic is slow. Still have a brush fire working in the Long Beach area. Some 405 south on Lakewood Boulevard. Emergency crews there blocking 2 right lanes, and traffic is backing up on Cherry Avenue. Without Commerce on the 5 northbound at Garfield. Crash here has the left lane blocked, and we have a small Corona inside on before Magnolia. That's on the faster. That's KFI start. Let's get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Wells.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy this evening with a chance of more showers and strong winds. Those lows will be down in the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC. There's a slight chance of rain with highs in the mid-60s on Sunday. Lows in the low 50s at the beaches tonight and lows in the upper 30s in Riverside and the IE. Those will reach the low 30s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 50 in Culver City, 52 in Glendale, 54 in Brea, and 53 in Chino. We lead local. Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Malama means to cherish, to care, to preserve the land that sustains you. Discover new ways to reconnect with people and place and uncover the beauty of the Hawaiian Islands. Malama and care for Hawaii. That's something that lasts generations. Find out how you can Malama Hawaii at gohawaii.com/MALAMA. Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno en mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
When you're a leader, the competition is always hoping that you're going to slip up. So I always have my whip-smart team of lawyers around, sir, to make sure that anything I say is a legally indisputable fact, like Fragments.com has the widest variety of variety. And Fragments.com was the reason that apartments were invented. Heck, we even have more spaces than space.
That's entirely incalculable.
Guess that's legalese for true. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Mix up your cat's mealtime with the Meow Mix playlist. Meow Mix has epic soundtracks for cats to jam out to, great eats, and tasty beats. The perfect mix of delicious flavors to help you connect with your cat. Plus, take the remix quiz and discover your cat's zodiac sign and matching recipe. Meow Mix Original Choice Cat Food. The only one cats ask for by name. To learn more, visit meowmix.com/remix.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-above basement, with the simulated wood handling, electric fireplace, and the painting of dogs. Oh, your loft, your 3C spoon just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast AM, the very best in late-night talk radio. I'm Richard Serra, and tonight, this morning, coming to you live from the home studio in Old Thorn Hill, just north of Toronto. Coming up in hours 1 and 2, researcher, author A.W. Finnegan joins me to discuss his new book, The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. Within the realm of covert biowarfare lurks a figure shrouded in mystery and intrigue, Dr. Erich Traub. Dr. Traub worked directly for Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, as the lab chief of the Nazis' leading bioweapons facility on Rheims Island in Germany. Traub specialized in crafting incapacitating biological agents. He mastered the dark art of germ warfare, crafting insidious weapons that defy cure and wreak havoc on the afflicted. In a riveting journey chronicled in the pages of The Sleeper Agent, Finnegan draws us into Traub's enigmatic world, from his humble beginnings in veterinary medicine in 1927 to his demise in 1985. The Sleeper Agent unveils the chilling trajectory of Traub's career, a tale that leaves one both captivated and haunted by the depths of human ingenuity gone awry. In Sleeper Agent, Finnegan unveils the riveting connection between Traub and the Lyme disease spirochete, along with a mix of tick-borne diseases now sweeping across the United States and beyond. But the plot thickens. He exposes how Traub's groundbreaking discoveries of a condition known as immune tolerance underpins a slew of mysterious, debilitating, chronic illnesses. And then, in the second half of tonight's Coast to Coast AM, in 2015, an extraordinary discovery unveiled the long-lost legacy of Stonehenge's High Queen, propelling Maria Wheatley into an unparalleled journey into the depths of ancient mysteries. The Secret History of Stonehenge, Wheatley's new book, challenges every preconceived notion about this iconic monument, revealing a tale of two Neolithic communities with elongated skulls and burial rites echoing ancient Egypt. Wheatley's groundbreaking research into trepanning practices and the construction of enigmatic monuments reshapes our understanding of prehistoric spirituality and technology. Wheatley's narrative delves into the architectural evolution of Stonehenge, from a temple dedicated to reincarnation to a healing sanctuary with stones emitting water and warmth, disrupted by the Tall One's conquest. The book uncovers the fusion of megalithic technology and shamanism, where standing stones held sound and visions, making Stonehenge an oracle and manifestation temple. It explores how ancient shamans wielded earth energy for agriculture and the harmonic resonances that influenced emotions and consciousness, insights drawn from the teachings of Richard Cardew. This journey also addresses the disappearance of megalithic cultures, linking their decline to a rare astronomical event and the rise of Druidism. The Secret History of Stonehenge is not merely a historical account, but a tribute to a civilization's untold story, waiting centuries to echo through the annals of time. In its closing, the book stands as a testament to the enduring mysteries of Stonehenge, whispering secrets of a past both profound and immutable, inviting us to listen to the harmonic song of an ancient earth long silenced. Maria Wheatley joins me in hours 3 and 4. A.W. Finnegan, Lyme disease, Plum Island, and Operation Paperclip is next. Welcome to the audio imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak on a peg, grab a stool, and come gather around the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Serrett, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you stay a while?
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author, executive producer, and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who've retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money's never at risk if the market crashes. That's right, if the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income, or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So with less money saved, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you can get it completely free. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. Again, that's 1-800-506-2020.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day. Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
A.W. Finnegan is a survivor of Lyme disease and immune tolerance and has been battling health problems since he was young. With the onset of a chronic disease in 2016, he's a writer, graphic artist, and designer, an avid reader and researcher of history, biological warfare, esoteric philosophy, spirituality, and the Western mystery traditions. He's made a special study of the life and work of Dr. Eric Trobe in the science of immune tolerance. He's collected and translated to English all of Trobe's published research. He lives in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, peacefully by himself, where he enjoys BMX biking, fitness, study, the arts, and self-development. He is the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. A.W. Finnegan, welcome to Coast AM. How are you?
Great. Thanks for having me on. I'm very excited to get into this book with everybody.
Terrific. Do you prefer A.W. or can I call you Adam?
Yeah, you can call me Adam. My name's Adam. I just use A.W. Finnegan.
All right. So, Adam, let's first of all talk about why this book obviously is so personal for you. You are a survivor of Lyme disease, as I explained. Do you know how you contracted Lyme disease, and then also how does it and how has it affected your health?
Okay. Well, I mean, Lyme disease.
What up, Tim?
I was saying survivor of Lyme disease. It's not that fatal.
What up, Tim? I'll be there soon.
It was kind of one of those things where
Are you living, Alex?
kind of trying to put the finishing touches on things, and I just happened to put that down. But it is a nasty disease. It's an incapacitating disease, and it can lead to cancers. So in a way, it can be indirectly fatal. But I think that I am thinking that I may have
What's up, Alex? You little slut?
congenitally from my mother. Although it's not certain, but I know that in 2016 I got a tick bite and I got perhaps a second dose of it, and I got really sick. I eventually found that I did have Lyme disease, and my mother had Lyme disease starting around 2000 or so, the year 2000 or so, and she got really sick for a number of years, so I was already familiar with it. And in 2006, I read Michael Christopher Carroll's Lab 257. And so I got really familiar with this Traub character, or at least that was like the first book that really brought his name into the open. And I always thought he was a very mysterious person. And when I got sick in 2016, for some reason, I was just called to do this work, and when I was younger, I was always interested in this topic, biological warfare. It was like always the first thing I would go to find books about. Like if I went to a library, that was the first thing I wanted to read about. And for some reason, I was just really interested in this topic. And when I got sick, it was like a calling. And so, John Loftus, he's the first one to bring out the Lyme disease connection to biological warfare in his book, The Liar's Secret from 1982, which is now called America's Nazi Secret. Well, he was Michael Christopher Carroll's source from that book, because Carroll talked about how he had talked about trad and these ticks being spread from, or these biological warfare tests. And I ended up making this really long timeline a number of years ago, and I had sent it. I found John Loftus's contact information, or maybe I found him on Facebook, and I sent him a message, and I didn't hear back from him for a while, but then eventually he got back to me, and he just got
Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe.
and he wanted to talk to me on the phone, so we talked, and he was
Fuck you. You can hear me all day long. You can hear me better than you probably can hear anyone in the history of mankind. I don't know what your problem is. Why don't you go to Belltone and get some hearing aids, baby? You should be able to hear me better than anyone on earth. Can you hear me? Dog, it's the best mic on earth. Can you hear me?
I guess U.S. government
Dude,
prosecutor, former
I don't know what's up.
intel officer, and as you say, about 40 years ago, he wrote the Belarus Secret.
I understand. Let me leave and join you and see if it works better. Hold on.
America's Nazi Secret is that the one of the main premises of America's Nazi Secret, that that Dr. Traub was responsible for creating Lyme disease in America? Is that one of the main premises of his book?
No, it was actually just a small tidbit of information we put in there.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm surprised it took me 5 fucking minutes. Can you hear me any better now? Hey, sluts, can you hear me any better? A little better? Well, good. Can you hear this? I don't think it took me 5 fucking minutes to fall asleep. Hell yeah, man. I have a clean conscience. I have a clean conscience.
He's referring to, of course, the exfiltration of Nazis into America.
What up, Apollo? That sounds good.
So let's talk about.
I know you haven't. I think we did a really good job on that project, my friend. Thank you for your help. You made it really easy as, a coordinator, basically. And I think it's really good. Did you take a look at the social media sites? I already beat you. I already did it. I already sent it back to you. I sent you 10 of them. I understand. I sent you 10, and choose what you want from there. They're the big ones. YouTube, Twitter, Telegram, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch. I wouldn't test it. If you're having to ask random strangers on the internet if something in your refrigerator is good to eat, I don't think that's a good sign. Dogs, you ready to see the coolest fucking shit of all time? Check this out, sluts. Look how many lives I have going at once. Check this out. Are you ready? Are you guys ready for this? That's my question. Because if you're not fucking ready for it, I'm not going to do it. But if you are, you're about to see some of the craziest shit you've ever seen in the history of mankind. Check this out, baby. We're going to YouTube. Check this out. We're going to YouTube. Have you ever heard of YouTube? Alex, have you ever fucking heard of YouTube? Well, it's like this video sharing website, and I dominate it. And I'm going to show you how much I dominate it. Look at this. It's a goddamn yo. Quit with your shit. Oh, I don't need to get it. Yes, I'm just playing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9 live streams going. So that's why. Oh, you looked me up? You found it? Hell yeah, you're cool. Well, thanks, Alex. I appreciate you judging me. That's cool. Alex, I'm glad you looked me up. And you were able to find me. Was it pretty easy to find me? Excellent. Did you cyber stalk me? Dude, Alex, cyber stalk Ryoshi Dex. Look up Ryoshi Dex on YouTube. Look it up on Imager. Look it up on Reddit. Look it up on TikTok. Look it up on any social media, and you'll see it's got some videos. It's got some content. It's got some text. It's good. We appreciate it. Thank you.
And there are very few books about the military work of insurance, but there are some with enough of a description, and I collected pretty much all of the published work that they put out, and I was able to translate all of it to English and then begin studying it in depth.
So was Trump, was he charged with infecting cattle in the Soviet Union when Germany went to war with the Soviet Union? Was that one of his principal tasks?
I checked. We got 9 now. So we move up 2. Don't worry. It needs TikTok. I use Rumble. I use Rumble. All right, I'll take a look.
And caused a really nasty neurotropic infection. And neurotropic just means that it takes to the brain and central nervous system and deteriorates it.
Oh, I told you. I'm sorry if you didn't hear me. TikTok.
It's designed to destroy the food supply.
And that's another thing.
Yeah, this one.
It wasn't just about destroying the food supply. It was also.
Yeah, I mean, it just takes a little bit of time. We give it 72 hours, and we'll probably get another 10.
And he was also able to change the process.
When did you do that? It's got 10 videos, and it has a subreddit.
And we often did this with the chicken egg. For some reason, the birds and the humans have a very similar immune system, and oftentimes, when he would adapt things
Here, I'll show you.
it would also take the humans.
You ready, sluts?
Now, he was
Buckle up.
able to adapt
I'm going to take you on a journey.
he was able to get it to take to
Here we go.
life, which gave it neurotropic.
Can you please tell me if you can see my screens? It's going to be coming up in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You should be seeing my screen pretty soon. I'm going to Reddit.
Different animals in selective, what they call serial passages. So you'd run it through an animal, isolate it, run it through another animal, isolate it, right? And so you have these serial passages, and what they would do is
Ryoshi Dex.
they would get, like, they would alternate passages.
Yeah, dude, it shows up. All of them. Here are all your videos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reddit? Yeah. And you have your own community, dog, on Reddit. I hooked you up. Yep.
it means that it takes to the brain and central nervous system. So in ages that normally doesn't do that.
So, and how are these pathogens delivered, or let's say over the Soviet Union or to the Soviet Union to infect their cattle? Was it
Christine Music, how are you?
or how was it done?
Is this a real chick?
Yeah, but they found that ticks was a
Is Christine Music a real chick?
method for doing that. So ticks were very reliable
Oh.
insects.
So it just comes in and plays music?
Limitations with the airborne pathogens, but the ticks, and actually it looks like foot and mouth disease was actually like ticks was one of those things. That
Oh, okay. So how do I pick a song?
even though it's not generally, acknowledged, there are many documents that do acknowledge it. But that was like one of the things that it seems like
Yeah.
we did with this foot and mouth disease. We used ticks to spread it.
And
Okay.
is there, how successful was this program, if I can use that word successful?
You don't have to put in /song or anything?
The Soviet Army, did it affect the civilian population?
Yeah, well, it was over Eastern Europe, and when I noticed...
Alex, what do you / to get the sound bot?
Evidence forward that Lyme disease was a biological weapon, and a lot of the tick-borne pathogens that were involved in that co-infections. And what I have is that, so it's all over Germany and Eastern Europe first, before it comes to America, and that was because he was losing it in these tests.
Adam, we got to take a time out for hardly direction. We're approaching the bottom of the hour, and we'll get to more of our conversation on Lyme disease, Plum Island, and Operation Paperclip. Adam Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent. Here's Dutton taking us into the break with Warwick Avenue on Coast to Coast AM.
So okay, I just asked it, so it's now searching. Oh, this is baller. I asked it to play Revolution by the Beatles. Is it going to play it?
Huntington Beach City Council has voted to leave a state lobbying group over its support of Prop 1.
Huntington Beach is now the second Orange County city to vote to leave the California League of Cities. The city council voted 4-3 this week to end its membership, protesting the league's support of Proposition 1. Ballot measure narrowly approved by voters. City leaders in Huntington Beach and Newport Beach expressed concern about the potential for an increase in group homes for drug addicts and mentally ill people. Prop 1 directs billions of dollars to support housing and treatment for the homeless, drug addicted, and mentally ill. It passed with only 50.2% of the vote. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The MLB has opened a formal investigation.
Hey, it's Kevin. With this basketball season, Chase Freedom Unlimited is helping you cash back all my games. Plus, tickets for 23 of my biggest fans to cheer me on while I enjoy the game. I appreciate the support, people. This will never get old.
Yeah, you do. We're making it better every day, baby.
Cash back with Chase Freedom Unlimited. Chase, make your rituals.
It's video. We have good people.
Most rental listings anywhere. Apartments.com can help you find a place with a gym that really speaks to you, like this. Okay, let's see a squat. Oh, my bad. Don't you worry, because I'm right downstairs. We're going to be spending a lot of quality time together. No commute. Always to skip leg day.
Let's see it, Alex. I don't think you can get anybody in here. Alex, I doubt you. I'm doubting you all the way. Get some people in here, Alex. Let's see it happen.
And speaking of feeling it, you've done an isometric contraction. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
See, I'm using reverse psychology on you. I would like other people in here too. So if I doubt you, then you might get offended and try to really work on getting a lot of people in here. Thus, my reverse psychology works.
Fresh appliance care, the one and only washing machine cleaner made by the people who made your appliance. A Fresh Appliance Care
You're a
powers
pimp.
stubborn residue to help revive appliance performance. And right now, a Fresh products are on sale. Shop now for a Fresh Appliance Care on Amazon.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Developers are easy to hit because who cares about developers? Developers are the scumbags of our society. You've got incurable lepers, then you have developers, and then you have curable lepers. We'll handle. That's the way it works in terms of the way society looks at these people.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Come on, you lads, for I'm here to be. That I be not forsaken. This day was lost, the genie sea, and my living has been taken. I will go to see no more. We set out this day in the bright sunrise, the same as any other. My son and I, and old John Christ, in the boat named for my mother. I'll go to sea no more.
From coast to
Absolutely, Apollo. Thank you so much again for all your help. I'm glad we had a successful mission, and we'll talk tomorrow, okay?
Welcome back. Stan Rogers, one of Canada's, the late Stan Rogers, I should say, one of Canada's greatest voices, greatest storytellers.
Take care, you slutty slut.
Jenny C. New research has pinpointed the likely time in prehistory when humans first began to speak. Analysis by British archaeologist Stephen Mitchin suggests that early humans first developed rudimentary language around 1.6 million years ago, somewhere in eastern or southern Africa. Humanity's development of the ability to speak was without doubt key, which made much of subsequent human physical and cultural evolution possible. That's why dating the emergence of the earliest forms of language is so important. Dr. Mitchin, professor of early prehistory at the University of Reading, told The Independent, until recently, most human evolution experts thought humans only started speaking around 200,000 years ago. Professor Mitchin's new research published this month suggests that rudimentary human language is at least 8 times older. His analysis is based on a detailed study of all the available archaeological, paleoanatomical, genetic, neurological, and linguistic evidence. When combined, all the evidence suggests the birth of language occurred as part of a suite of human evolution and other developments between 2 and 1.5 million years ago. You can read more of this story in the news section of at coasttocoastam.com. ParanormalDate.com is the online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. Sick of being single? Fed up of waking up alone on a Sunday morning? Well, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Date has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Date, and as soon as you do, you can add your photo, create your own personal profile page, and it costs nothing to send a wink. So you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away, and search by location and find other singles in your area. So, what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Date today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. All right, back to more of my conversation with Adam Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
We have a great story from someone who's helped themselves to heal by using the botanical known as carnivora. And we have a guest right now. Her name is Joni Nichols. This is quite a story.
Yes, it is. And Robert, my adventure started about 7 years ago. I was a mess. I had numerous infections. My hair was falling out all over the was a 6-week program.
And at what point that you started this series did you notice, hey, something might be getting better?
Within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, Robert. The first thing I noticed was that I felt better waking up. Then I noticed that my hair wasn't all over the furniture. I was excited.
It's like you said that within about 6 weeks, your legs were no longer swelling.
Within 2 weeks.
And she credits all of it to her carnivore protocol, the B program, where she's using the carnivore extract, the lymph drainage product. And I endorse it. I utilize it. My wife is using it with great success. Use it. It's such a rapid recovery that I guess we had to do it. Joey, thanks for being with us. I hope to hear from you again.
Great.
Hello, people. George here. Carnivore is at it again. Just listen to that. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora. That's carnivora.com. Call them, please.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
KFI AM 640.
And we are back with Adam Finnegan, a survivor of Lyme disease and immune tolerance. He's been battling health problems since he was young, and he is the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare, published by Trine Day. And we were talking about Dr. Eric Track's work, Second World War in Germany, I guess kind of bioengineering these ticks to infect initially cattle and the like, but he was also infecting human populations. Now, did you say that he was actually infecting people in Germany as well? Like he had no compunction about infecting his own people?
Well, it may have been something where it was used against the Germans after the Russians had captured the laboratory and began testing it further. Because so in 1945, the entire facility was captured because it was in East Germany. It was captured by the Soviet Army, and it was actually placed under the personal protection of Joseph Stalin. Like Joseph Stalin recognized just how important this facility was, and it was actually the cutting-edge, leading virology research institute in the entire world at that time. So it was very important, very high level, and Joseph Stalin knew how important it was, so he had that lab taken over, and they started, they continued, they hauled the entire lab out to the Soviet Union.
What's up, Joby Print Bags? How you living, baby?
Got trapped back.
How are you?
They put Eric Trout back in position
Yes.
and said, continue your research, show us all you're doing, and things like that. And so it may have been
How is Joe doing?
that he was testing on the German
Yeah.
populations, under the leadership of the Soviet Union.
So can we pinpoint this as perhaps the beginning of the modern biological weapons era or program, beginning with Traub and his work and Grimes Island?
Yeah, actually, it starts much earlier. I have the first few chapters of my book go over these earlier biological warfare activities. Like in World War I, Germany had a bioterrorism campaign in America where they were going around infecting the horses with all sorts of bacteria, germs, and then, of course, the so-called Spanish influenza.
Joby Print Bags. I'm living like a pet. Have you ever seen my YouTubes?
That Soviet intelligence actually thought that it was a British biological
All right, well then you're fucking missing out, dog, and I'm gonna change your life right now. Are you ready?
was the
Joe, do you know anything about me? Dog, the answer to that is no, because I'm the most fascinating motherfucker you've ever met. I've been streaming my life online, live on YouTube now for 3 fucking years for world peace. Nobody else does this kind of shit. You're live right now on 9 different YouTubes. 9 different YouTubes? How the fuck are you able to do that, Rabbi? Because I'm sick as shit. Next question. Look at this. Number 1, do you know who the Rothschild family is? We are the most influential family in the history of mankind. And do you know how fucking hard it is to beat out Lord Rothschild for rankings? And look at me whooping his fucking monkey dead ass. All right, we'll go over here. We're going to live. Check this out. We're live 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 fucking streams. And if you're like, oh, are all these fucking really live, Rabbi? Well, check this out. Look at this. We'll see how much of goddamn delay are on these bitches. Yo, dog, I'm gonna fucking put you motherfuckers on blast. Here you are, Joby printing bags and Alex Sage. You're gonna be live on fucking YouTube. You're gonna see your names on YouTube. You're fucking famous, dog. Coolest, if you mean by interesting, you mean coolest motherfucker of all time, then you're absolutely right. Dog, look at this. It's a thing on a thing on a thing. This has got to be some kind of like the most meta fucking thing of all time. You guys are watching yourself live on a video that's like an infinite mirror in itself. That fucking is wild, isn't it? So if you're like, wow, Rabbi, you like to toot your own horn, you're damn right I do. And I have a good fucking reason. I'm cool as shit. Get in, buckle up, let's roll. Go ahead, baby. Can you repeat that? All of them, as much as I can. Hell yeah, baby. Yes, my answer to that, as many as I can, all the time. As I'm high on life right now, but if you had Coke within 2 square kilometers of me, I think I'd probably be able to hunt it down faster than your nearest canine unit. I don't really like cocaine. I just like how it smells.
So I'm thinking that he probably tested it on, inmates or forced labor, and he was working alongside other people like Eugene Hagen, who was directly involved in some of those concentrations. It's very likely that he was blackmailed with war crimes, saying, you either work for us or you can go to Nuremberg.
So, when he was exfiltrated to the United States under Operation Paperclip, when does he begin work at Plum Island, and was it, at that time, was Plum Island the home to this animal disease center?
When he was brought here, so first he was stationed where he was under the employment of the Navy, but we know that he also worked for the USDA and the Army, the military in general.
Dude, I think about it every day. Yeah, that's your first mistake. The fact that I'm not 200% up your goddamn ass right now, I don't know. But to be honest with you, It's something that I've wanted to do,
had not taken over it,
but I just not have not.
that he was meeting with the USDA officials. He was with them.
Tell me everything about
He
it.
was also stationed at the USDA in Beltsville, Maryland. And I have in his file that he was, like, he would take trips to Washington, D.C. to attend.
What is it? Explain.
USDA people.
Explain.
Contact information, like as his
Explain.
contact guy, in case anybody wanted to get
What does it do?
know that he was working for the USDA. And we also know that he was working at Plum Island because his file also shows that he was under the employment of the USDA at the Greenfoot Station, Long Island, which is they did not become the USDA until 1953. But they were doing the
Is it a stimulant or is it depressant?
with the Army and Dr. Shahan, the first director, he was a former Army guy, so it was the two were, like the Plum Island USDA guys, a lot of them were Army people.
So what was Traub's job at Plum Island? Was he working with ticks
Right.
At that time, early on?
He was listed as a supervisory bacteriologist. So he was supervising a lot of these
That's
tests,
solid.
and he was basically put at like the top of the U.S. biological program. And he was the one kind of showing the Americans how to have a biological warfare or how to run the stuff. And he was advising them how to hide it under animal disease. Because here's the thing, Germany got very good at hiding their bioweapons program, and it's because in World War I, they were caught using biological weapons and chemical weapons, and they got sanctioned to such an extent that it crippled their economy. And that was actually the reason the Third Reich developed. They were forced to not have an army anymore. They couldn't have a military. That was the Versailles Treaty. So they worked with the Soviets. They actually went to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union gave them a place to train.
Dog, I can get it. I appreciate it though. Thank you. I can get it though. I just honestly have been really busy with the stream to really focus on anything else. I know that sounds like a shitty answer, but it's true.
Nobody wants to become the next Germany. And they especially, they had first-hand experience on how crippling it was, the reparations and sanctions. So they started getting really good at hiding their
You don't have a license?
warfare program.
You don't get a license. What it is smicha. It's a laying on of hands. So to give you a quick background, I was very dedicated to Judaism prior to becoming a rabbi, to the point where I was going to shul every single day, or synagogue every single day. I went, without counting exactly, pretty close to 2 years without missing a single day. And after some time, really people in my synagogue started calling me that, and people in my fraternity lodge, the Freemasons, started calling me that. And so it just made sense for me to naturally move towards the rabbinical route. And so my rabbi put me in touch with his friend, Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer, under whom I studied during the pandemic for about a year and a half. And then from there, I have made the decision to be what I coined as a postmodern Orthodox rabbi, which means I discuss more about futurism and transhumanism and mind uploading technology and digital immortality and quantum computing than Torah. If you want Torah, there are many rabbis on the internet, and I can give you my best suggestions. My favorite probably is Rabbi Yehuda Mizrahi. There are some really great history courses that we watch on this. But basically, I'm telling you as of right now that I'll get you all the best. I will get you all of the best Judaic knowledge if that's what you want. But my focus primarily right now is technology and recording this. Basically, I'm creating my own Bible, if you really think about it. With this huge amount of data, it's 3 years. And we've listened to the Bible on this. We've listened to the Quran. We've listened to the Talmud. We've listened to um, the Christian Bible. We've listened to every major audio book, every major written work that I can find to kind of make a compendium of life. So, in answer to your question, you don't get a license. It's not a smooth fire. It's a laying on of hands. And that was my process. Just 1 moment. I've got another device here. I got to hook up with these other multiple devices. We are really kicking up our streams. So just 1 moment.
Conducting these tech class and he's talking about a photo that shows aircraft pointing to where released the pic. I had John Lapkus and his sources, high-level sources, people with two-level clearances talking about how these pic tests were carried out on Plum Island.
So the official narrative, I believe, is that Lyme disease was first discovered in Lyme, Connecticut, not too far, from Plum Island, obviously, in 1975. You're saying that this tick-borne disease was released from Plum Island as early as the early 1950s.
Yes. And so, contrary to what is commonly believed that it started in 1975, it was actually spreading since those the early 50s. So one of the early cases who wrote a book about it, Colin Muller, wrote what's called the Rising Circle, about, the subtitle is like a Lyme pioneer tells her story. They're talking about how her first bout of illness was actually in August of 1955.
Okay, Adam, I got to jump in because we're approaching the top of the hour here. We'll take a time out, come back, and discuss further the Nazi connection to Lyme disease. Adam Finnegan stays with us, the author of The Sleeper Agent, taking us into the break, Chilliwack, and Fly at Night right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Four men in a rock and roll band, fly at night in the morning we land, fly at night till we're satisfied, see the morning from the other side, and when you close your eyes, sleep comes fast, when you fly the universe way, need some rest, yeah, need some rest. Spaces. Yeah, we like to see your faces. Time is just a rubber band. Time is at our command. And when we look out and see you there, we see much closer and feel so near, yeah, feel so near.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tiny Cat simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Paige, you heard me. Try Tiny Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tiny Care
I'm sorry, I'm doing some troubleshooting right now. What's going on?
Crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
Call
all the Troops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150.
People give me cryptocurrency just because they think I'm cool. I would say I am at the center. I am the center. I'm at the center cog of all of the wheel that is cryptocurrency. Unlike 24/7, 365 in cryptocurrency, unlike anyone has ever been before. I'm in 7 different telegrams simultaneously. What does that mean? That means that I am able to, I mean, like right now, I know what's going on in here because I'm in a telegram and I can hear it. And so I can hop in. Nobody else is as connected in cryptocurrency as I am. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts that have been banned. Everyone on Twitter knows who I am. Yeah, I made them all. Took me 6 months. Thank you.
But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Kids taste the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The children of our nation know little to nothing about 9/11, but the Tunnel to Towers 9/11 Institute is right in this role by helping teachers educate kids in kindergarten through 12th grade. With nonfiction first-person accounts or told through videos in the Discovering Heroes book series, the Institute offers full curriculum, a speakers bureau, a mobile exhibit that's an interactive museum with 9/11 artifacts.
You're asking me what I think?
Memorial scholarships for kids and program recipients. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers.
These are mini bull runs. We are going to go into a global depression over the course of the next decade, a major depression. Some say that it's been a slow economic downturn, but if you look at the power of the dollar, if you look at the cost of living, if you look at the power of a salary versus the cost of a mortgage or cost of rent, the average person has really been devalued such that the fiat currency is worthless and they really don't recognize that. And we will just continue to see more inflation. We see today, I believe President Biden signed a $1.6 billion package to keep the government continuing. And I think that budget's like 6 months or something, I don't know exactly. But you have to understand, and what people will understand is that we are moving closer and closer to socialism. Anyone who says that we live in a free market is incorrect. There is no free market. Free markets only exist within the 4 walls of universities and business schools. Free markets do not exist in the real world because there are always, at least currently standing, has currently stood since established civilization, some type of influences, either known or unknown, whether it be governments, bureaucracies, corporations, something affects how finance works globally. With that said, cryptocurrency is an excellent way to divest yourself, to diversify your portfolio, to enhance the opportunity that you have for long-term wealth, for intergenerational wealth, for the ability for you to retire within the next 5 years if you make the right choice. It's the smart man's gambling, in my opinion, because of the X's, because of the return on investment. Very few risks allow for 100 or 1,000 times return on investment, or a million times return on investment perhaps. Very few things. Many things are overvalued in society. Diamonds are one of them. Diamonds are prevalent on Earth as they're worth about a dime each. Yet they have this huge value because of what society gives them. Cryptocurrency has the reverse. Cryptocurrency has a huge amount of value, but isn't seen as valuable right now in the general society. But that's changing. There's an inverse on that. And you will see over the course of the next decade mass adoption, particularly as global economies begin to fail.
Because Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin are both at the center of the biggest scandal in academic history. This is a big story today. Operation Varsity Blues.
Controversial scandal rocking Hollywood this morning.
Although Huffman and Loughlin are the most well-known, they're only two of the many people charged with scamming the system to get their kids into elite colleges. They were led by Rick Singer, a con man posing as an admissions counselor, and his vast network of co-conspirators who exploited his client's sense of entitlement, hubris, and obsession with
Exactly.
status. It's the home run of home runs.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Every time. Unfortunately, white-collar crime is nothing new. But this time it's different. Because the victims of these crimes are your children. Welcome to Gangster Capitalism.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
1,809,000. Sweet time. Since the pandemic, California home values have skyrocketed. Do you have lots of equity in your home but have been turned down for a home equity line of credit? Try giving the Loan Exchange a call. At the Loan Exchange, we can't guarantee we'll fund you, but we will try our hardest to find a solution for you. Whether your issue is related to your credit score or qualifying your income, our experienced loan technicians will turn over every rock to give you the funds you need to pay off credit card debt, make an investment, or just have a source of cash in case of future emergencies. So if you want a loan company to fight for you, go to theloanexchange.com or call 1-855-752-9944 now. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's 1-855-752-9944.
No,
or
nothing will be around forever.
theloanexchange.com. Do you want the ultimate
Eventually, you'll have the big squish of the universe that will end everything known in the universe.
Let's do it. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm leaving there until I come back on the air.
So nothing will be around forever. Well, let me say this. Unless there's some way to escape the multiverse, or not escape the multiverse, but like change dimensions. So I don't want to say nothing is, like everything's a possibility when you get into, time travel and all kinds of other things, but realistically on this timeline, nothing will be around forever. So you have to have your faith, so to speak, your financial faith in multiple things over the course of different generations. So right now, Bitcoin's going to look great. Perhaps in the future, Monero might look good. Perhaps in the future, Harry Potter Abomasonic Transhuman might look really good. Perhaps in the future, Ryoshi might look really good. And it'll go in different ways. And it'll be basically the new stock market will be the crypto blockchain. It already is.
Say hello on X at Richard SY because I love you R-E-T. This is the American country rock and Blackberry Smoke, formed in Atlanta, Georgia in 2000. They're reimagining them.
Yes.
A recent study conducted by researchers at the University of Utah analyzed nearly 100,000 UFO sightings reported to the National.
Yeah, no, definitely. Given enough time, social influences will change that which is interesting. And when people's interests change, their investments will change. And again, while Bitcoin may look good over the next decade, some meme coin 60 years from now may be the biggest cryptocurrency on earth.
Factors contributing to this concentration include historical connections to unidentified aerial phenomena, such as Area 51 in Nevada and Roswell in New Mexico, as well as outdoor recreational activities in public lands. You can read more of the story and see the map of the UFO hotspots. That's in the carousel up at coasttocoastam.com. And if you love Coast to Coast AM, you're going to love George Noory's streamed television program, Beyond Belief. You can join George every week for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. Just go to beyondbelief.com and start watching episodes straight away. That's beyondbelief.com. All right, when we come back, more of my conversation with Adam Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. Stay tuned for more right after this timeout on Coast to Coast AM.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and it's been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. If you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get two more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one, $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
Yes, we will. Here's the thing that you have to think. Given enough time, given ingenuity, for any question that you have, technologically particularly, for any question that you have, given enough time, and given ingenuity and effort, anything and everything is possible, whether it be time travel, whether it be interdimensional travel. So when we talk about, will we have a device one day that allows us to control everything at once? We absolutely will. And perhaps that may even get into the neuropathic realm where you have something like Neuralink that controls it for you mentally, but even perhaps before then, really excellent phones, high-tech devices that basically are exceptionally reliable, exceptionally connectable, so that you have an all-in-one device that controls absolutely everything with an AI assistant that is more intelligent than entire universities at a press of a button.
Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent, and we were talking about Dr. Eric.
Not just universities, every university ever
Soviets was
of all time. Like not like that's the kind of like crazy thing we're talking about. The intelligence of this, it's scaled. It's not just like, oh, it's smarter than the 3,000 people around you. No, it's smarter than the 8.5 billion people on Earth, plus all the people that have ever lived times 1,000. That's how smart it is.
Plum Island, this animal disease control center. Now, of course, we know it as a bio-level 4 lab. And you're saying that the first instances of Lyme disease were found in the mid-1950s, not 1975, as we're told. Just so that I'm clear, were these ticks deliberately released, according to your research, by Dr. Traub and his associates, or was it an accidental leak?
That's gonna happen. That's the near future. There will be some cars that are grandfathered, so vintage cars, and then the price of vintage cars will skyrocket to the point where I know for a fact that's going to be the case.
I have some very new information
All of them. I like old cars, but not one in particular. Frankly, I really like. Like I don't know the year. I think it might be. It's the Corvette with the white. It's a red Corvette with the white on the side. It looks like Barbie's little game car. Like 61. Oh, 61 or something like that. Whatever the earliest ones are. Dude, actually, I love Miatas. I've had a Miata. I love Miatas. Even though that's not vintage, it is at this point. And there is a very dedicated group of Miata drivers out there that absolutely love that car, and women love that car.
Intelligence program. We have like joint research with the British and Canadians, and Don McLean was very high up, and who was responsible for getting people like Eric Traub over here in Operation Paperclip? But yeah, he was a double agent.
It's a little two-seater that was made for people to drive in California, and it took off and spread throughout the United States. You don't see that many of them on the road because they're pretty sporty, and just because Mods is not a huge seller, but boy, are they a lot of fun. I've had a convertible soft top that was cherry red and had the little headlights that go up and down. I had the second year it ever came out, which is usually what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to have the first year because that's all kinds of issues. And drove it, just kept my golf clubs in the trunk, and it was a nice little car to have.
So the CIC agent that interrogated him, his name was Dan Benjamin, got off this man personally, and Dan Benjamin tripped him up with a lie and said something like, okay, so...
Exactly, that you can tell what kind of car it was. Exactly, and then I also like Aston Martins, like the old, I really like Porsches too. Porsche Boxsters, and Porsche 911, Porsche Carreras. I like all the Porsches, but basically the Porsche Boxster is the thing.
Thought he was really in trouble, and then he confessed to being a Soviet double agent. So it was a bluff, and it worked.
Actually, I like the Porsche 911 with those circular headlights.
This was direct bioterrorism all around.
I would say Porsche 911 is probably one of my favorites. Then there's also, we'll just say Porsche 911. If you were, but really, it's not my favorite. I do like. I would say I think it's a 61 Corvette. A little bit more. I'll tell you that one. And then I also like the Pontiac Solstice and the Saturn. Saturn. Just 1 minute. Saturn Sky is a very cool car. Okay, I think it's a 61 Corvette. I don't know. When did the Corvette come out?
Keep track of these weapons. They were testing them in Africa and elsewhere, and
1953. Okay, so the one I like is a 1953 red 1953 Corvette. Yeah, that's the one I like. Oh, definitely.
KGB double agent, and shown that he deliberately released these tick-borne diseases in America. What happened to him after that?
Dude, the new one's cool. It looks like a Ferrari.
I don't know if convicted, executed.
Anybody, and he should have been, and their management made the recommendation of charging and prosecuting to the fullest extent. Now, he didn't admit at that
I
time
get him.
that he had been.
I know what you're saying though. So get this. I think that I've heard this multiple places. Corvette is going to become its own brand where they'll have like SUVs and sports cars and luxury vehicles under the Corvette brand. Multiple. Exactly. And exactly.
There's a long list of tick-borne diseases, including things like Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Any evidence in your research to suggest that things like Rocky Mountain spotted fever also were developed by Traub and his associates in Plum Island or at other facilities? Were there other facilities in the U.S. involved in Traub's research?
I don't know.
I've been able to keep a track of all of this evidence, and so I wouldn't say so much that Rocky Mountain spotted fever was involved in his weaponization. I would say babesiosis, so Lyme disease, viruses, babesia, Bartonella, some of the other rickettsia. So in 1939, I have one with the spirochete, and this is a spirochete. It's a bird strain. It's called Borrelia anserina, and that was the parent strain that was used to make when he weaponized this Borrelia anserina, it became the other strains that belong to Borrelia abscelia, Borrelia gariniae, and Borrelia burgdorferi. And I can link with scientific evidence that shows that he was in possession of the spirochete in 1939, and it was the same spirochete that is closest to Lyme disease. And also that same year, in 1939, his mentor was showing him how a very complex disease results in dogs sick with
You did that just one night.
infections. And we list Bartonella, we list babesiosis, we list rickettsia, and a parasite like
Did you post it?
But if you just switch that out with Borrelia burgdorferi, you have the exact same combination. And they're saying how complicated of a disease it was when you have these multiple infections all rolled into one, and it caused this state, which is known as immune intolerance, in which we talked about that before. And this is
maybe explain what is meant by immune tolerance. Immune tolerance, what does that mean?
Immune tolerance. When I say immune tolerance, you can think of that as chronic immunosuppression. All it is the immune system is being overwhelmed to such an extent that it's forced to tolerate harmful pathogens and infections that it should otherwise be keeping out of the body. And so it's something that he realized when he was over in the Rothschild Institute, and this became like his the basis.
Where is this link you sent?
So let me ask you, if he was a KGB, sorry, Adam, but if he was a KGB agent, and why would he
No, put in cryptodegen funds,
some tick-borne disease which causes, let's say, long-term
Oh,
chronic
okay. No big deal. I appreciate it. Okay, so it's in cryptodegen lounge. Or Bitcoin Ask Lounge. Bitcoin. Yes, that's what you said. You said that. I'm sorry. I was distracted. I was setting up another camera. You are 1,000% right.
First off, these deadly pathogens often burn out really quickly, and also when you have something that is deadly and easily able to spot it in a population, it's very easy to contain it.
Okay, Celine.
Track it to kind of
Oh wow, that's amazing. That's an amazing car.
To be slow diseases, that was the thing. This is called what you call a strategic weapon, where it's a strategy, a long-term strategy of tire
That's
in
really
itself
cool.
the enemy. You have stealth weapons that proliferate the population, overwhelm the population with these moisture diseases that are very complicated, and the public health system has no idea how to deal with them. They aren't able to diagnose them properly because you take the immune system off grid. And,
Yeah, I mean these are basically like custom built cars.
This basically obliterates that. And also, they don't acknowledge immunosuppressive diseases, and that's exactly what this does. It just wrecks the immune system. And so you have little inflammation, and you have a lot of these diseases, you don't produce antibodies to them when it's very immunosuppressive. And Western public health system, that's the only criteria they use to diagnose things is antibodies and inflammation. So this basically flips that on its head, and these slow diseases. So it's what I call the dark triad of immune tolerance, or these stealth weapons, is chronic disease, mental illness due to the neurotropic effect, its ability to take to the brain and central nervous system, and cancer. Those three things skyrocket when you have these kinds of diseases. And what you see
Apologies, Joby, printing bags. How you doing, baby?
What you see in Western civilization is
Excellent.
these three things are just absolutely skyrocketing.
So the latest figures I saw are something like 300,000 new infections per year just in the United States. Is that fairly accurate as far as you know?
No, I would say that they don't even have, I would say that the number is always much bigger. What they're able to diagnose, so 85 to 90% of people who are sick with Lyme disease will not test positive on their standard diagnostic test.
Absolutely. I'll take that, baby.
There is an organization of Lyme activists, a nonprofit called Truth Cures, who have been shining a lot of light on this underdiagnosis problem. And they're showing how most people can't test positive, and most people can't get a diagnosis. So a lot of people are so sick that they cannot even work, and a lot of them are not even able to get disability.
Yeah, I know the king of them personally. His name is Jared from Subway.e.
They aren't being diagnosed, and they're being you're not sick. It's all in your head.
Yeah, man, he told me all about it. I got it all recorded.
Or did they ever
He's my friend.
acknowledge that
He comes into the
Lyme disease
Telegram
was deliberately released
a
by
couple times a week.
Dr. Eric Traub on the American public? Did they ever secretly acknowledge that?
Dude, he's on Telegram. Jared at Subway.eat. I'll send you his information.
Yeah, so basically, John Loftus is that whistleblower who steps forward to kind of bring this out.
Do you know who he is?
Because there are people
Do you know who he is?
and know about this stuff and have enough courage to step forward. He is one of them. And his, some of his sources who are also high level, also, they were the ones to tell him. So he basically talked about this. He released this information in that book in 1982, and he was saying how it was being spread by ticks. And he said that before it was even acknowledged that it was being spread by ticks. And then the next year, they said, yeah, it's being spread by ticks, but those Palm Island tests never occurred.
So if the United States secretly knew that Traub was responsible for this was man-made, deliberately released, when the United States is in a Cold War against the Soviet Union, why wouldn't they acknowledge it and say the Soviets are responsible for this? One of their spies did this. Why wouldn't they acknowledge it?
Yeah, it became a cover-up because, Eric Traub also was involved in developing those weapons that they used on North Korea. So in the Korean War, the Americans colluded with Canada and Britain and dropped biological weapons on the North Koreans. And so when Traub was interrogated and everything and confessed, that was another thing that they were really concerned about because he was the one who made all of those weapons. And he was the one who could bring a lot of them down if a public trial were to follow. And so what John Loftus had said was that this Lyme disease thing was being secretly monitored under the
I've had a lot of conversations with this person.
things like multiple
I'm thinking maybe it wasn't in this account, but I don't know.
And Eric Traub,
I've searched it, unless like they deleted their account, but I don't think so. They came in pretty good already. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they have been right now.
Silver Springs, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, I mean, this person knows the most about him, and he'll tell you as much as he wants. I mean, like, I have it all recorded. Yeah, no, I know how much it made him. It's made him $150 million. I found him. Or what was him. It's a deleted account. So I don't know what happened. He might have just deleted his account. I don't know. But okay, so here's what I know. I mean, if this is the story, if this is true. I mean, I've talked to this person like 20 times in my life, and I mean, I can tell you they're from Houston. They have a fiance, they have a dog. They could have been catfishing me, but they were able to like tell us when trades were going to happen with that bean bot. Okay, so here's the story of Jared from Subway. He's working at Subway as a sandwich artist. He never eats a Subway sandwich over the course of the year that he works there. He gets invested in Shiba Coin and makes a bunch of money, learns Mevbot, ends up parlaying those into $150 million. and now he wants to be a billionaire. He is really, this was the thing too, he knew all kinds of really advanced things about cars, about like really high-end cars, and he had started this charity for people, I think with autism, because I think his sister has autism, and so he showed us like all of what he's done. Anyway, whether it's true or not, that's who, I can tell you, like, I've spoken with the person, I have a recorded conversation with him.
You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems.
I'm sorry, before I forget, I can tell you his bot is only searching between 15 and 25% of the blockchain at a given time.
Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
So, like he told us, there's a lot out there for other medbots. Yeah, he's taking like a huge part of it, and it's very funny that he was a sandwich artist at Subway, and now his medbots are sandwich bots. But like, I asked him, like, so you're telling me that the only job you've ever had is working at Subway? He's like, yeah. And that's basically the only job you're ever gonna have to work your life. He's like, yep, I can retire. Like, wow. He's like, I don't want to. He's like, I've got plans to just keep this going. I keep making as much money as quickly as possible because I can. Nobody can catch me with these things.
Mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control and coverage you can count on. Temperatures are lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting banana boat protection. Plus, it's your bottle sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target.
No, that's what he says, about 15% at first of his medbots. When there's an opportunity somewhere on the blockchain, but they've taken him from working at Subway to being worth $150 million. He told me something like, it was something like this. He's not making $2 million a day with these things. He's pissed. It was something like that.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
I would think so. Doug, are you in Orange County? I'm in Orange County. Dude, I used to live in Fullerton, BTF. I lived at Wilshire Promenade, which is in downtown Fullerton. Right there. Yeah. Help me. Where? Tell me the streets.
501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies.
On what street is it on? It's in Fullerton?
From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Welcome back. Tom Waits, Tom Trobert's Blues, one of my favorites. A massive swirl of bright white light seemingly appeared from out of nowhere in the night sky above the Arctic last week, briefly upstaging a vibrant aurora display that spanned thousands of miles. The ethereal galaxy-shaped light show was caused by an illuminated cloud of frozen fuel that was dumped in space by a SpaceX rocket, which released dozens of satellites into low Earth orbit. Astronomers call this rare phenomena a SpaceX spiral and expect them to become a much more
I
common
think
sight.
I actually did one time. Is it like a reserve?
News section of coasttocoastam.com. Contact in the desert.
Yeah, my friend and I went there once. Now, am I wrong? Does it ever previously, like, redeveloped refinery land?
May 30th, runs until June 3rd, 2024 at the Renaissance Resort and Spa in Indian Wells, California. And this year's lineup of speakers is a veritable who's who of ufologists. George Norrie and George Knapp will be appearing on stage together for the very first time. That's pretty exciting.
It wasn't refinery. It was refinery land. Like, I don't know. It just had, like, oil derricks there. But a lot of places in Southern California do. Not a big deal. Okay, I know what you're talking in and around there. Yeah. It's all horse country. Horse trails over there.
coasttocoastam.com and then click on events. Back to more of my conversation with Adam Finnegan as we discuss the nefarious origins of Lyme disease, plus your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Do you live by, like, Bastion Tree, Rosecrans, and Euclid?
Financial experts thought we were
Okay.
clear. They were anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year.
That's really nice. There are horses right there. I think there's a horse farm right on that corner. Bastion Tree. And, yeah, I think it's Bastion Tree and Euclid.
98 and get your free info kit on gold. Then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to protect your savings with gold. Next Coast, 98, 98, 98.
Does your current
Cool,
trophy
yeah.
wife want a life insurance policy three
Yeah,
times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
I got you, Joe.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings.
Joe, my friend, I'll be right back. It might be a few minutes.
Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day. Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
Welcome back. We are here with Adam Finnegan, the author of The Sleeper Agent, The Rise of Lyme Disease, Chronic Illness, and the Great Imitator Antigens of Biological Warfare. And before we go to the phones, Adam, now the number of people that have been infected with Lyme disease and suffer, as you do, in the millions. in America. As you say, it's difficult to diagnose. It can be tricky to treat, particularly if it becomes chronic, let's say, if left untreated for a while and it becomes chronic. Is there, you suppose, a huge reluctance on the part of the U.S. government to acknowledge what you're saying in your book, that this was deliberately released from Long Island by a double agent who was under the employ of the U.S. government because of a massive liability issue here? I mean, the U.S. government could be on the hook right about hundreds of billions of dollars, perhaps, in liability if there was a lawsuit.
Oh yeah, I mean it is so incredibly massive, the kind of liability that we're talking about, and it's not just this, but it feels like this day also goes over into the vaccine area. You know, you have the polio vaccine, which I talked about in the last chapter, which was constructed with the help of a Soviet bioweaponeer named Andrei Chumakov, and was contaminated with SV40, and half the U.S. population was given that contaminated vaccine. So that's another thing. And so, as far as Lyme disease is concerned, it's not only that they're denying it, they're conducting deliberate campaigns to say that there's no way Lyme disease could be a biological weapon, and I cover that in some of the later chapters, how they're publishing articles like, no, Lyme disease is not a biological weapon, despite what conspiracy theorists say. And I basically break down their argument. And another thing is, I also want to address Willie Bergdorfer. My research suggests that he was not responsible, and I show how this whole thing went down, and Eric Traub had been sent back to Germany for this entire thing.
Hold on, we should mention, you mentioned Willie Bergdorfer, and he has been credited, Chris Newby, who's been on Coast in her book Bitten, The Secret History of Lyme Disease, she says that it was Willie Bergdorfer who, and others have said this, he discovered the microbe behind Lyme disease, and he was also involved in developing bug-borne biological weapons. You're saying that Bergdorfer was not responsible for discovering the spirochete, or
he was not responsible for weaponizing this. I'm saying that this whole thing had already gone down before Willie Bergdorfer was even able to sign on to biodefense work. Most of his work had to do with rapid diagnosis of these pathogens that were filtering through the population due to trauma. He was at all involved in this blunder. He was not the guy that was able to publicly discover this. Like, they would have compartmentalized him completely. Now, I think she completely missed him up in this Swiss agent thing. I don't think it's very relevant. I think what we know is that Lyme disease was a spirochete, it was a rickettsia, and there was a whole bunch of co-infections that come with it. So you don't get just Lyme disease, you get babesiosis, Bartonella, ehrlichiosis, and things like that. So,
all right, let's go to the phones, Adam, because time is tight here. Let's say hi to Roberta. Roberta's in Tucson, Arizona. Roberta, welcome to Coast.
Thank you. Would you be willing to tell us anything that you did to deal with the Lyme disease?
How are you treating your own Lyme disease, Adam?
Yeah, so I chose a different route than trying to aggressively treat it, because I know a lot of people, like a lot of girls, who aggressively treated it and made themselves much, much sicker. I went a more natural route with diet, exercise every day, and I was very sick for a number of years too. So what I've kind of noticed is that there are some people that get really sick for a number of years and then they start to bounce back. And there are a lot of people, when they aggressively try to treat it, I've noticed a lot of them end up making themselves sicker. I'm not saying that there's nothing out there that can take care of this, but you got to be careful when you're trying to aggressively treat it, trying to kill things off like that. I mean, I know there's a whole, like all the Lyme literate doctors are just stacking tons of antibiotics. I know that documentary that continues to be put out, Under Our Skin, that was kind of like promoting to use extended antibiotics when actually that doesn't seem to work at all.
All right, Roberta, thank you for your call. West of the Rockies, Daniel is in Cazadero, California. Daniel, welcome to Coaster on the line with Adam Finnegan.
Yeah, hi, how you doing tonight?
Great, thank you.
Yeah, my question is, have you heard of the other disease that's related to Lyme disease called Morgellons?
And actually, I had a section on Morgellons, but I did not include it in the book because I had to kind of condense it. And what I have found is that this is a biotechnology that seems that they released under the guise of treatments and vaccines by DARPA. And I may put that out. I actually have an article that is out under the One Great Work Network, because I used to write for that. And it's called something like, it was an article about Morgellons disease origins, and I show how they're finding these little tiny microplastics in the rainwater, and then I show that sample next to one of the samples that was sent from a Morgellons patient, and it's like the exact same thing. So I'm thinking that this Morgellons
Bam, how you living, baby?
technology that they have been releasing into the environment.
Oh yeah.
All right, Daniel, thank you for that. Let's say hi next to Bill. He is trekking in Rhode Island. Bill, welcome to Coast to Coast AM. You're on the line with Adam Finnegan. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Adam. First off, I don't want to sound, inconsiderate. I understand that these packages are very helpful, and actually, I find your the way you're dealing with it inspirational. But you mentioned Heinrich Himmler, okay? So I have to ask you this. I know Himmler was particularly obsessed with eugenics, as most Nazis were during that time period. But he was also very obsessed with, this whole master race idea of improving human organisms. So I guess my question is this. A guy like Saab, I can't see him just wanting to do harm. I mean, it looks like he was a double agent who was pursuing his science, his missile project. So did you find any evidence that he was actually perhaps working on a way to genetically, through Mendelian genetics, not eugenics, through modifying the organism, improving the human species?
I'm not really understanding the question so much.
I hire for soldiers.
Himmler. Traub is working with Himmler, and Himmler is all about creating a master race, rather than trying to infect is Traub also perhaps working to enhance the human condition?
Okay, yeah. I know that they were very interested in that stuff, and I know people like Mengele was too. But I don't really know that he was. I don't see any evidence of him producing things that would be beneficial. I know that particularly the spirochetes were something that would affect races differently, and that's kind of interesting because we know the African Americans and the syphilis studies, and we had a syphilis study in the Hispanic populations from Guatemala. There was a Guatemala syphilis study. I also know that the Rockefeller Institute was over in Asia when they dropped those biological weapons in North Korea, so they were looking